Hey, hey, hey! Give me 1 second. There we go. How's everybody doing? Hope everybody's doing alright. Let me, What's up, Star? How you doing, man? It's going pretty good, actually. I've been having fun just chilling and doing that. Yeah. Alright. Let's actually get loaded in. Sorry, I'm filling up my, I'm finishing off what I'm eating. Yeah! Yeah, I'm just finishing up my dinner right now. One of my sisters made, broccoli cheddar soup today. And it's pretty darn good. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it'll probably take a while for this to load in. How's your day been, man? Hope it's been good. Yeah, that's good. Currently in the middle of, while I'm waiting for this, uploading the, last stream to YouTube, so that way it's not lost forever. 0913. Okay. And then we do public. Here we go. Alright. I hear that, man. Yeah, it sucks when stuff happens in life and you don't really have a whole lot of control over it. But I get that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've been playing in a world, of the newest version of this. And oh my gosh, is it amazing. It's so much fun. Yeah. Yeah, that sucks, man. Here we go. It's almost there. Yo. Okay. Let's see if this will work. Close that. Because there's a lot of crap for it. I have a lot of mods installed. That's why. There it is. Let's see if this works. Is it gonna work? Huh. What do you mean? button action. Let's do... How many mods? Let me check real quick, actually. Let's see. Mods. That's not the right one. Data? Mods. 90. I have 90 mods installed. Do I have... I don't have that installed. Give me 1 second. I gotta re-download something. I know, I just, like... opened it and closed it. List of mods. Yeah, sorry. There's a thing that I want to install that'll make it a lot easier to use. A lot easier to see stuff, too. Gonna download that. I think there was one more thing. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Mod manager. We go there. I need to open a downloads. Yeah, it's one called reload mods. Yeah, accessibility tweaks. Makes it easier for... It makes it so that way the dark isn't as dark. And I can really crank it up to a lot. But, if I keep it in focus the entire time, it shouldn't take nearly as long this time. Yeah, my work today had me doing a short shift. Yeah, you go for it, man. Yeah, work today had me doing a short shift, so I was working from 2 until 5. And then... Yeah, you'll be fine, man. And then I came home and my bike... I finally got my the back mount for my bike. So, that was cool. Yeah. That was fun. Had to figure out how to do that. Also, I'm like really psyched because my most recent VOD has 74 views on it. I am so happy. Yo, it's crazy, man. It's awesome. I love it so much. Like, somebody watched 7 hours of my stuff on the 9th. And I'm so happy that somebody is like, yeah, let me watch like 7 hours of this guy's stuff. That made me really happy. I mean, viewer duration is not the best, but it's alright. Oh, are we almost there? I think we are almost there. trying to get my, There we go! I fixed my Twitch bot. I fixed my announcement bot for Twitch streams. I'm very happy about that. Woo! Okay. F8. Let's, not worry about that. Scene brightness enabled. Yeah, so if I'm not holding my thing, if I turn that back off, if I go back down to this area, see, it's not nearly as dark. Or this is without it on. And if I turn it on, crank up the brightness a little bit. I think if I equip this now, yeah. See, out of the dark, it still stays kind of dark, but it's not nearly as bad. I think it was at like 15. I'll put it at 20 for right now. Here we go. Alright. I did, also in my testing world, find out that the bow is actually really good. Like, really good. So these flint arrows, if I mix them with this huge amount of feathers that I have, I can make some really good bows. Or I can make some really good arrows. Blue-gray. How much clay do I have? Because I know I'll need it for lure hooks. Is there like an arrow thing? Bullets. A spear mold. Large hook, that's for meat racks for curing. Lamele. Splitters. No, there isn't one in here for that. Okay, so it's all, I'll have to do it by hand. Okay. Where did I put my copper hammer? There it is. That's another mod I should probably add at some point. I wonder if it's for this version. It's a relatively new mod called Napster. Aww. It's only for the newer versions. Back to game. Okay. Yeah, it's solidified, so I'll have to... Alright. Put it back in. That'll heat back up. I have coal on me. Alright. Take that. And heat this up. Welcome back. Okay, we'll do that. Put this over here. Yeah, I'm waiting for these copper ingots to heat up. The only thing that you missed from last stream is I got a lot of terra preta for making like farming tools, or for making a massive farm, which I am going to put like right here in front of my house. I'm probably going to sweep all this up and then just get rid of a lot of this out here. Yeah, terra preta is the like literally the best soil for farming in the game at the moment. What does it take to make? So mixed cordage can be used for a crude bow or longbow. Crude longbow. Interesting. If I search bow real quick, there's the longbow, which requires a longbow staff, which requires a raw longbow staff, which I could make. I just don't have enough resin at the moment. Did I have a resin spot marked? No, I got one from a tree. I don't think I've seen any pine trees either. Okay. Yeah, I know what going on FaceTime means, man. Yeah, you'll be alright. Okay. I mean, not forget the short little mission I made myself. And before... Oh! Whoa, what caused... Crash. I don't know what caused the crash. That's great. That's slightly terrifying. Let's just launch the game again. It'll eventually catch up that the game's open again. Yeah, it said like value cannot be 0 and then crashed. So that's no bueno. Let's see. Am I able to get it to catch the game again? That's going to be fun. Okay. The last time it did this, I had to close the thing and then open it again, and I don't want to do that again. So let's just do this. Transform, edit. Oh, right, yeah, I need to undo that. Transform. Nope. Reset that. I don't know why it's not full screen. The game is full screen. But oh well. The screen. Odd. Properties. Automatic. Capture cursor. Hit. Okay. Oh yeah, now of course my cat's mad at me. Why wouldn't she be? Oh, there it goes. Why is it doubling up? It's not doubling up. I'm just dumb. Okay. Oh. Here's hoping I don't get the crash as soon as I load into the world. Hopefully. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. Okay. It'll load. Give it a couple seconds. There we go. It'll work. Eventually. Alright. It's almost there. Almost. Yeah, there was a very... Okay. Whoa, the autosave was all the way back here. That's amazing. Okay. Ah! Alright. Let me go ahead and take care of these. I need to make a new hammer. Because the one that's in here is not great. H. Ingredient for flax seeds. Okay. I really need to move all of my seeds into the same area. There's my cabbage seeds. I don't need a chest. There's my cabbage seeds. My rye seeds. Okay. Do I have any other seeds? N, N, K, N, K. Do I have any pea seeds? Like phosphorus seeds? Does not look like it. That's amazing. Okay. So I'm going to put right here my seed collection. And I can make more seeds by doing that. So I've got 21 flax now, so that'll give me some good storage for a while. Alright, there's that. Boom. I'm going to grab one of these. Shift place. And 24 copperhead arrows. Average everything. Low break chance, but less damage and range. Okay. We're going to do... First, a new hammerhead. Because I don't want to lose this one. Alright. Ah. Boop. Now we're gonna... Oh. Oh, okay. Can I move... Yes, I can. Okay. So if I move this one back up, and I can pull these guys back up, I can then drop these in. Oops. Let's move that one back over. We can, I think, split that one. Move one of these all the way over. We're going to up, that. Boom. And to the right, move this one back, that up, boom, boom, boop, and then the last one is split off. Alright, so there's a hammerhead. Let's get a hoe. Alright. And yeah, that looks like about it. Alright, now it's just slowly splitting everything off that's not needed. Okay. Careful. Make sure I'm not taking anything off that's needed. Alright. Ah, that was interesting. Alright. And the last one, we're going to do... Not a knife blade. What should I make? Spiles will get me, like, sap and stuff, but I kind of want to make copper arrowheads. Let's do that. Okay. Heavy hits. Alright. And then we move pieces over. Boop. Boop. Nope. Over. Over. And now we break. Alright. And boom. 24 arrowheads. Nice. And this should... It's cold now. If I put one piece of coal in there? Okay. I think that's enough. Oh, 2. That's not hot enough. Maybe hot enough to melt? Do I have any other charcoal? I don't think I do. Yikes. Either way, new hammer, new hoe, and if I come in here, I think, yeah, I have a bunch of feathers. If I do this, close that, boom, 24 copper arrows. Alright. Oh, it's summer. I didn't even realize that. Nice. My thing over there is probably cooking really well. Sleep. To pop that up, pop that down, go over to the copper spear just in case something decides, yeah, let's spawn in his house. Because honestly, I wouldn't put it past this game. Sick. Alright. Just to be extra sure, let's make another torch real quick. And I'm going to plot that down, pop that up, ignite. Ooh. Now I can come up here and put it in there. How nutritious is that? Wow. That was actually really good. Okay. Do I have any more copper shovels? I don't. Okay. Let me grab my shovel mold real quick. Here's my shovel mold. Pop that down. Boom. And boom. Alright, now I gotta wait for these to cool down. Oh, I do have another one in there. Let me grab one of these scythes. I think that's the one. Oh no, they're both brand new scythes. Okay. Did I put a broken one in somewhere? I did not. Okay. Trim to double grass production. And let me clear out this whole area. Alright. Yeah, so the plan is today we'll mark the building of like the actual farm. And then from there I'll be able to start gathering words. I will start to be able to gather animals, so that way I have food for winter and all of that. Yeah. It's gonna end up being really good too, because they do make byproducts. Like I think the goat farming that's not it. Animal husbandry, sheep. Rearing poultry. Poultry lays eggs instead of giving birth to live young. Place a hen box. Also requires a rooster. If there are not enough hen boxes, chickens will lay eggs on the ground which will not hatch. Cool. Ewes can be milked to produce cheese. And just milk in general. Beekeeping will be needed later on. So it would be a good idea to try and find some bees. Okay. There are the aurochs that I think are just vibing around here. Blocks and items. Think there's oh yeah, I saw it. Aurochs food mix. Yeah. There's also a bigger one. That's I don't know what it was added by, but I think it may be base game. I'm not entirely sure, because I'd never encountered them before. But there are, like, essentially just, like, massive cows now. Alright. Yeah, these shrubs suck. I do not like them. Alright. But do know, I think I want the farm to be around this. So I'll probably, like, clear out area around it. The area in front of my house will end up being the livestock. And that's the plan for that. So, like, this area out here-ish, or maybe a little bit closer, will be livestock. And then around this guy will be the will be words. Will be the farm. I just need to mine all this peat out. And that will happen. Like, I'll probably do that before I start filling this in. Oh, my eye. Okay. Yeah, so the plan, I just explained it, but it won't be taking too long for it. Dang, I got a lot of grass. The hay is just a storage block. So I can do this. And boom. How much do I have left over? 80 something. Boom. Okay. Let's get rid of as much of this peat as I can. Let me get rid of some of the stuff that I don't need on me for this. Might be a good idea. Less clutter. I don't need the hoe at the moment. What did I just pull off? My prospecting pick. Of course I did. This can go here? No, that's where the ore was. Can go here. And the new one can go there as well. And this copper axe can go here. And the rest can be tossed in this. I'll keep the pickaxes on me for right now. Alright, let's get all this peat up and out of here. I wonder how deep the peat's going. Oh, only 2 layers. Good, good. Alright. Let's see how much peat I end up getting. Oh yeah, I started mining the stone path. Go, level 2 in digging skill. Let's go. What does that give me? Collecting, digging. Clay digger, peat cutter. Ooh. Saltpeter, shovel expert. Breaking a block with your shovel increases your digging speed with shovels by 1%. Huh. Effect stacks up to 10 times, lasts 4 seconds. Careful digger. Ooh. Let's do shovel expert. Just because I got a lot of shoveling to do today. There we go. It's not a whole lot, but... Boom. How much of this peat is there? Good lord. Alright. Looks like I've reached, like, the side of it. Also, that traitor scared the bejeebus out of me. I was like, why is my character being angry? It was not. Boom. Okay. Not bad. That is a lot of peat. Like, a lot of peat. Okay. Non-essential. Let's back in. Much as possible, at least. Boom. Yeah, everything below that first block layer is getting replaced. No, I guess I should replace the entire layer. Okay. That should be enough, right? Fill in this entire area. Oh, there's more peat to be had. I just didn't get it all. Oops. And while this build is meant to look pretty, it's not meant to be perfect. Alright. Yeah. The plan is to have like a small little like outcropping from this guy, and I'll probably have this be my grain and actually, you know what? I can probably turn this guy into a like a grain silo kind of. Yeah. Okay, I'm actually getting more and more into this idea. Rebuild this guy back up. I like the idea that it was a little window here. Okay. And... Alright. Yeah, that's a ton of grass that's just, like, lost there. That's great. There we go. We'll replace all these aged bits in here with non-aged ones. If that makes sense. And since this has the teleporter built into it, if I repair this whole area, this could actually be like a useful building then. Yeah, okay. So I'll need granite cobblestone. I'll just need a ton of granite. Do I have a ton of granite? How much, like, actual granite stone do I have? Okay. Oaks. Oops. Okay. That's andesite. That's andesite sand. Do I have granite to fill this in with? I do not. That's great. Okay. Grain goes, like, nowhere near as bad as that. That's amazing. Yeah, for some reason those are different. Alright. Oh, these have gone cold. Sick. For right now, I will store this... Whoa. I will store this copper in here, because I don't really have a use for it right now. Shovel head can go up here with the axe head. Do I have... I have redwood. Do not have pine. That's great. Okay. I haven't used the quern either. For, like, its intended use. Where would I possibly find pine trees? Over there. This is a very dumb house, and I love it to bits. Because I know I have the forestry skill that gets me a 2% chance per pine log. Okay. So I think it's over this way that I may find some pine trees. And that, I think, was correct. I won't be able to grab them just yet. But there are pine trees up here. F7? Yes. Automatic waypoints. Those are all on. Sick. That's flax. I don't need a whole lot more flax, to be entirely honest. Flint. Let's go. I'm looking for resin on the trees if possible. Done there. There's a lot of andesite here, so that's good to know. Let's see if I can get a, I don't need a whole lot more flint, to be entirely honest. Let's see if I can get a pine. Like a pine cone. Maybe? I may have to cut down a tree for that, then. Okay. Let's see. Maybe down over here. There is some spelt here, so that's good. Got a good amount of spelt. Don't do that. Fully grown flax as well. Okay. I can come back for the flax. I don't think I have spelt, like, at all. There's one of the sheeps, by the way. What type is this? Still andesite. Okay. Yeah, the other world that I have that's saved is a max world, is a max not world, but a max month number. So it takes like a full day, like in real life, to get through a month. Each month is 30 days. And that sucks. But it means I have to rely on like actually hunting and animals before I can do anything. Because it takes so freaking long for anything to grow. Because I clicked on, like, I would hover over like this, see how it says 9 days here? Oh, what's going on? There we go. Okay. Like, I would, it would just literally take forever. Oh, these are mushrooms! Okay. That's cool. Dot WP. What's the name of it? Morel. Okay. We'll do dot WPS. Nope. Wait, did that work? Yes. Okay. Alright. Thankfully, there is a bunch of stuff here. And a bunch of horsetails, too, which is actually really good. This is still andesite, however. So not the best, but better than it could be. Alright. Let's get back to the house. Let's work on that farm real quick. And that's a death pit. Yeah, that's a death pit. That would suck to get shoved through. I should set a home marker. I really should. So let me get back to the house and I'll set a home marker. This be swapped. Dot WPS. And this is gravel. Good to know that there are sheep over here. Did I ever check this out over here? I don't think I did. I may have. Yes, I did. I checked this out last stream because I came over here. There's these guys over here. And then there's this. These guys are cool. If I remember correctly, yeah. He's charcoal. She also... coal. We'll probably need... 20 charcoal. Yeah, I need 20 charcoal for that. Which isn't hard, considering that charcoal is kind of easy to come by. Ooh, I was in a slightly low stability area, and I didn't notice. That's not good. Let's do .wp home. And I do need to save that and go into the automatic waypoints. Nope. It's the predefined waypoints. Home. It needs to be pinned. Hit OK. Okay. Oh. So, let's come back in here. 1919. Toss that in here, along with the normal spell. Yeah, 4.3 years at 19% on grain. Grain is one of those things where you just save it, and it never goes bad. Like, ever. Sick. Alright. That can stay in there. How is my... Everything is not doing great? Everything is not doing great. Okay. Something I did... It may be... Yeah, it was just in that version. Okay. Ugh. Sling is kind of easy to do, but longbow. I need a longbow staff, which requires this, which does require resin. Like, it needs it. And any... Okay. If I drop that in there, boop, boop, boop. All of my peat. This. I know that there is some stuff that I could be doing better with this. But really, what am I going to do with it? Alright. Alright, over here... Is this still going? It is done. Well, it is very small. So that makes sense. Let's see. Is it the same one quest, or is it... I need to settings, controls. Let's see. Accessibility, handbook. Ranged weapon ammo. That's what it was. I don't have any ranged weapons open at the moment, so that was kind of useless. Okay. Where? That's settings for that. F7's that one. There is no quest opening thing. That's great. That's glorious. Right. There are these guys here. I forgot about that. I'm gonna be fully honest. I should probably leave them over here too. So that way I can, so that way I can use them. Where's the weird hut? It's like over here. I really do need to start moving everything over from the small temp base to that guy over there. Just slowly, you know? But it'll be alright. There's a rift there. That's why I had such low stability. That makes sense. Alright. Nope. Active quests. Complete. Yo, okay. Active quests. Currently don't have anything I need your help with. What about you? No. Okay. Not bad, not bad. I can just steal their crap. Oh my lord. Suckers! I don't need their firewood. But they do have a clay oven in here that I can use. And I did leave these here. Did I leave anything in these? I left a copper toic. What does this go on? I do not remember. What does it go on? Ah, necklace slot. That explains a lot. Okay. Acorn amulet over a copper toic. I will take the copper toic. But this will be of help. Aw, I can't put it on my back. Wait. Do I have something on my back? No. Okay. I'm stealing your guys' oven. I hope you do not mind. And we're going to just pick it up from this outside bit. And over to the house I go. Hopefully missing the rift that's there. Nope, the rift is like right there. Okay. I need to be careful because rifts will spawn drifters if you're close by to them. Oh yeah, for some real weird reason you can swim like this. Okay. Since I'm stealing their clay oven, I should use it properly. Alright. Put there. Close. What food items do I have right now? None in the house other than berries. Bakes into dried cranberry and fire pit. From 60 to 50 dehydrated Crafting dry cranberry mash. It's from cranberry juice. H press? Fruit press. What does it take to do this? Oh, but 2 liters of resin, so I need two resin in this. Okay. Okay. That's not too bad. I've seen worse recipes. But I think you get juice, cranberry juice, syrup portion. Ooh. Yeah, you'll be able to get more stuff out of it like that. Not bad. Really good, actually. My cat is angry at me because I am not giving her attention. Yes, I know. Sick. I accidentally pressed Alt. That is amazing. Grab that. Boom. Alright. Let's actually get down to action. Wait, I got... Where? Mentions... YouTube video. Oh, it's because it detected the last meme. The last stream getting uploaded. Okay. Oh. Alright. I don't have any flour at the moment, but I can. And if I quickly go outside, over to this side, I know that I have a bucket full of water right here. And I'm sure I think I have a mixing bowl somewhere in here. I'm not entirely sure, but I do know that I at least have berries in here. Yeah, 53 berries. Okay, that's a rotting speed of 34. This is a 37? Why is it less awful to store in there? Oh my gosh. Okay. I don't have a mixing bowl. H. Saucepan. I will need 2 of these, I believe. Let me do that and that. Okay. Okay. There is a mod in here that I can enable, or a config in one of the mods I have that will make it easier for this. And I probably will enable it. Because that's just a quality of life mod and not like a massive. But yeah. You know how it can be. Alright, there's that. My cat is going haywire. Yes, I know, I'm not giving you any attention. Boo-hoo. I want a big saucepan. Make it awful on me. If I just hold this, it'll be able to do it by itself. Cool. So a cauldron is just a saucepan but bigger. Go. Slowly inch away. Alright. Yeah, this is what Napster does. It'll allow you to go through these little voxel things over and over and over again. So that way you can just hold, like, right click and not have to worry about it. But yeah, So I'm getting so far off the plan today. So the reason for the saucepan, put the spelt back in there. The reason for this is if I come back over here and I start firing it, get my grass and my peat. Peat, grass, sticks. I don't need use right now. There's that. You come over here because it's very common rainfall in this area. Anything in this one, there is not. It's because it is exposed to the air. Boom, boom. For that. Alright. And if we throw the unfired saucepan in here, and then do its grass first, then peat. No, and then sticks, and then peat. And I left. Yeah, there's no torches left in here anymore. Ugh. I am a very smart individual. Ooh. What is this? Rot. That's what it is. It's rot because it was sitting here for too long. 9 hours, 23 hours, 1 day, 1.7 days. Okay. We go over this way. And I will put it in... I guess I have to put it in my chests. Because it has a better... Yeah. Okay, let's do this one. This, and this. Immediately brought up to a full day. Good, 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 good. I have also learned something about the worm grunter. It works best in... it works best on forest floors. Like the actual block called forest floor. Which will be real good for getting a lot of stuff for these. It's like if I grab this right now. Boom and boom. That actually looks kind of funny. Worm grunting will be best over this direction. Yo, rooster in here? Is it just a rooster? Yeah, it's just a rooster. I know it's classified as a weapon, but I should be able to, I should just be able to use the, the Kopesh as like a knife. All the little bunnies are rising. Alright. Now, before something bad starts happening, I should have grabbed a knife before I started doing that. Honestly. Do I have any knives? I do. Okay. I can't remember if being around drifters makes it worse or not. Okay. Like it makes your stability worse or not. I think it does? Can't remember. Do not need rot. Boom. Boop and boop. I know the Orax calf will not give me anything. is to disincentivize you from... Oh! No, I guess it is just like a small chance for it to happen. Okay. Cool. Alright. There's that. Over here. Get a good amount of meat, too. There's that. Alright. Dead hair. Boop, boop, boop. We come over this side and toss these. Q. Because I don't need either of those, and I know that this dead rooster will give me poultry and feathers. Yeah. And... let me toss the worm grunter, honestly, for right now. Yeah, for right now. I've got fully mature rice up there. Awesome. Food. Come all the way back over here. Up here, I will put that and that. Fat doesn't go bad. Okay. There's all of my fat. I'm going to store it all in the same place, though. Okay, there's that. These need to be stored here as well. Okay. What else? I should put all of my hides in the same area. Yeah. That'll be smart. Oh, I do have a saucepan. Good. That means I can use my quern correctly. If I throw a... I have to actually pull. I forgot you have to craft it to make the mixing bowl. Boom. Mixing bowl. Put that there. And instead of lighting that right now, if I grab this spelt and I put it in the quern, which is over here, and then I right click on the top, you'll see the progression going on the quern, and that'll give me spelt flour. I'll only make 2 because I want more spelt in the future and I want it quickly, so I'm going to get that. And now if I combine it with this, I get spelt dough. If I grab the cranberries and I unlock. Okay. If I throw my... Oh, I was clicking the top and not the bottom. Okay. So I throw the dough in here, and then the cranberries, which I can make a very berry dough. Jesus. And then I just start slowly spinning. Okay, let me do this. If I spin again... There we go. Fresh for 5.4 days, and if not cooked correctly, will turn into charred bread, which lasts forever, but is not what you would want to do. Alright, and now we just wait for this to warm up. So we put this over here. Yeah, that brings it still to 5.4 days. Ooh, if food is put into this, it's 3.2. This is 3.7, 3.8, 3.4. Yeah, this is the lowest one, but that's at 3.7, so that's not nearly as bad. I should really make a enclosed area. Oh well. Alright. So let me start digging out a small area around this. Yeah. We'll start here and then move this way. Alright. From this, that'll be a good enough area, and then 3 here. So the reason I'm doing 3 is because water in this game only waters, it'll water out, I think 4, but this one in the center will be at half, it'll be either at half or 75% moisture, and these two will be at 100. These get to be put back in, because it'll be up to here. With this. And I should put that one back in. So let me just do up to this wall. Yep. And then it'll be down to here, which means water here, and then water going out this way. So we'll do this. Here. And we'll go 3 out from this. Alright. And what I'll do is there'll be a path alongside this. Yeah, along with this. And it will... It'll come up to this and come inside here. And then inside here will be all the storage and, like... storage and cooking will probably be over here. So that way I have like a dedicated area for cooking. So that way I'm not constantly making stuff in here. It's like, yeah, and then I do this. Okay. Let's get my Terra Preta. Get at least 2 of them. Alright. And eventually, the areas that I have designated will be actually filled in. You know what? Instead of doing 3 here, I'll do 2. I'll take a hit. Oh, there's a drifter down there. That's what I heard. I'll take a small hit in the amount of space I have. But for right now, this will be enough. I can't get rid of this guy, sadly. But yeah, if I need to remove these and just make them stone. So that way it won't be any grass growing on these. I can make actual fences now, which will be good. Oh, where's my boards? Toss these in here. Do I have any... something that won't grow grass? Yep. Okay. Oops. I missed the temperature window for that guy. Okay. Okay. These guys will eventually start breaking, I think. Okay, and I can leave slightly, I believe. Yeah, they won't break, thankfully. Oh, whoops. Full bucket. And There we go. Yeah, all the way down. Good, good, good. Ugh. Accidentally placed water there. Yay. Oops. Alright. Hey.
Oh, Andrew, the
What's up,
COVID has
Dakota?
come for you. What's up?
Not much, man.
Dude, honestly, COVID isn't that bad.
Yeah,
Yeah.
probably what you're dealing with isn't that bad.
Then again, I'm hopped up on medication, and you know, like that free medication that the government's giving out for it?
Yeah.
I'm on that too.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I am now a government test subject. So, tell you what though, I did a little bit of research on this medication.
Mm-hmm.
So, you want to know why they have two different packets?
Why?
So there's a day packet and a night packet, and the night packet has 50 more milligrams than the day packet. That 50 milligrams is sleep medication.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes
But
sense.
here's the thing: is that I don't want to sleep yet.
Yeah. That makes sense.
I'm using Dolly 2 Mini right now.
Oh, for, like, just random shit?
I'm generating AI images.
Fuck, I charred my bread. Damn it.
Well, how'd you do that?
I left it in the oven too long. Fuck. Oh well, it still gives food. Yep, use the sword to cut down the fucking grass. That's a smart idea.
Yeah, do it, pussy. Mhm.
Oh, I am making a farm at the moment. As you could probably tell, I got my guy back up and working.
I'll be real with you. I'm not watching stream.
Yeah, I meant the Twitch bot. I got it working.
Oh, yeah. What happened?
It just didn't. When I started streaming, it just didn't connect.
It said, nah, fuck you.
It said, nah, fuck you, so I had to close the thing and reopen it, and then it started working.
Alright, so where the fuck's the bot? Give me you. Wanna pull you over into my other monitor. Go to my
Yo.
other monitor, you piece of shit.
Shit! Oh, I missed one.
I have one window open for the Dolly Mini, and then I have your window open on my other monitor. So I can see what you're doing.
Yeah. Look at this fucking thing. Look at it. Look at it. It's pretty.
I'll be real with you.
Mm.
I smell smoke.
That is not smoke.
No, I smell smoke in
Oh,
my
you
house.
smell smoke. That's mildly terrifying.
I smell burnt toast.
Oh no. Oh no. That's not good. Let's
How do
put
you
my
spell
berries back.
animalistic?
Animal and then ISTK or TC.
TIC, you mean?
TIC. Yeah.
Stick.
Stick.
Why do you have a scythe?
I have a scythe to cut down all this fucking grass.
Are you gonna cut down some kids?
Not at the moment.
Also, dude, this weird government medication. Dude, do you want to know how big these pills are?
They're fucking massive, aren't they?
Dude, so you know how big my fingers were, right?
Yeah.
I'm not expecting you to remember this, but you know how big my index finger was?
A little bit.
Half that.
Jesus. Why
Horse
the fuck
pills,
are
and
they
you gotta,
so big?
and you have to take 3 of them in the morning and at night.
Why are they so big?
But again, you have to take 3 of them, one time in the morning and then one time at night.
Jesus.
And they're 3 completely different pills. 2 of them are orange and then one of them is white.
Mm. Jesus.
What? Cyberpunk Wendigo. Yeah, I'm doing stuff for a D&D. Uh,
Yeah.
I'm AI generating some of my enemies
Yeah.
because I'm too lazy to
To like
draw it
actually
myself.
to either draw them yourself or look for somebody who has drawn them already.
Yeah. So I'm AI generate. Plus, I want to see if AI gives me something even worse than what I'm already thinking of.
Mm. And it probably
So,
will. It'll make some horrors for you, man. It's
so
great.
right now I'm generating what I'm planning to be the second to last boss, which is
Okay.
Project question mark question mark question mark. It was a ditch
Last ditch.
present for the CEO of MBT, right?
Yeah.
And what it is it comes from the Magic and Biology department. MBT, by the way, stands for Magic, Biology, and Technology. The whole story is that they fuck around and find out with animals.
Yeah.
Basically, they experiment and do horrible shit, and the party is are
The
animals.
animals.
Yeah, the animals. And
I
what this creature
fucked myself up. Jesus.
is since it's last ditch, it's just this amalgamation of stitched together parts
Mm.
that is infested with souls.
That's fun.
Basically, there was this project named
My healing
Project
shit.
Angel Wing that some of my players have been affected by.
Mm-hmm.
And what it did is it was a project where the magic department learned how to the magic and technology department learned how to remove the soul from a creature
Terrifying.
entirely. And then they also learned how to then put that soul into another.
Mm.
And what it is whenever the projects were all done and over with and they had no more reason to experiment,
Yeah.
the facility became abandoned.
Mm.
What's going to happen is whenever the party actually goes to investigate it, it's going to be a 5 skull difficulty,
Oof.
which is even harder than the 3-star missions they're going on. Skulls are harder than stars, by the way. They're
Ooh.
double as hard. So a 1-star difficulty is a half a skull. A
Mm.
2-star difficulty is 1 skull.
Sheesh.
And this is going to be like a 3 to 4-star skull mission. And
Yeah,
what's going to happen
that'll
is
fuck them up.
some story stuff is going to happen with Charles, but eventually this machine's going to turn on, and this conveyor belt that's carrying all these soul canisters is going to start conveying and depositing souls into this stitched together body, in which it's going
Mm.
to wake up with effectively insanity because it has so many people inside of one
Yeah.
body, sharing one brain. Imagine, imagine having imagine having what's it called? Um, what's it called when you hear voices in your head?
Schizophrenia?
Imagine having schizophrenia, schizophrenia 2, electric boogaloo.
Mm.
That's basically what this creature has.
That sucks. Okay. Yo. I am making some stone fences for my little farm. Also, do you love how dumb the name for my stream is?
Yeah, to electric boogaloo.
Yeah, because really this is just like the second part to what happened Tuesday, because I literally lost track of time right before D&D. And then it was a short 30 something minute stream. Oh, this is like slightly terrifying. I love it.
And basically, what is going to happen is that it's not going to want to be a present. Instead, it's going to want to continue to eat souls,
Mm,
which it does have the ability to do because it's magic.
Yeah.
Then there's going to be two other presents, which is a biology and tech, and then a tech and magic.
Okay.
The other two are actually a-okay with being presents, and they're actually the actual presents. Present number 3 is more of like a surprise gift that wasn't supposed to happen.
Okay.
Present. Which one do you want to hear first? Present number 1 or present number 2? Because you've already
Uh,
heard of 3.
it doesn't really matter to me.
Okay, so number 1 is a creature that I like to call Siren. That's her code name.
Yeah.
She is a poodle given complete sentience and an affinity for music.
Okay. Interesting.
She basically she actually becomes a star,
Mm-hmm.
like a singer. And she is beloved by people, even failed experiments. However, the party's going to realize that she's a present. She's still controlled by the CEO of MBT, and eventually she's going to use her magical abilities to attempt to hunt down the party, which actually
Ooh.
segues into number 2, which is a Mark III of the animal capturing uh
Department.
robots. No, animal capturing robots.
Ah.
Basically, they're these robots that use sedatives and and stuff of that nature to capture and collect animals. But however, the Mark III is to deal specifically with escape experiments, being equipped rather instead of having sedatives and
Mm-hmm.
things that basically make things go night night, he has things that make things go bye bye.
Ah.
Equipped with rifles that shoot effectively uh neutralizing agents,
Mm.
i.e. acid,
Mm.
and can even bring things inside of its body to burn it alive.
Oh, great. That
It's
sounds
and unlike the other two,
horrifying.
which are more humanoid, this one is built more like a dragon. Uh, and the reason for that is because it's big enough to capture even some of the biggest failed experiments.
Mm.
All of these are presents are supposed to be undercover, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, that's not the right thing. That's not what I meant to click on. Oh, that's why I didn't download it. It's because it's a DLL. That makes sense. Sorry, I thought I had downloaded something and I hadn't. Oh, oh, very dark. Very dark. Time go to bed. Okay. I'm about to run out of the food that I have made already. Let's go. Oh.
And yeah, so those are the 3 presents. Then we get on to the 3 heads of
Yeah.
each branch. Now, you see, these men are very, very, very esteemed gentlemen. Except for one, he's basically on the brink of fucking death.
Yeah.
So, who do you want me to start with? Magic, technology, or biology?
Let's go biology.
All right. So, this man's name is Oswald. He is a man. No, wait, not Oswald. Excuse me. That's the CEO.
Hmm.
The head of biology is Vladis.
Okay.
He is a wilting man close to death. However, he does have an ace up his sleeve, a way to keep himself alive. That's the
Hmm.
description that I gave him.
That's
I'll just
slightly
go in.
terrifying.
I'll go in reverse. Next up
Yeah.
is Gideon, the head of tech, a talented, if not a little insane individual who's modded his body beyond man's comprehension.
Yikes.
And then Gabriel,
Yo.
the head of magic, an aristocratic man with the ability to raise animals from the dead.
Hmm.
And whenever I mean aristocratic, I mean this man wears a dead fox around his neck.
Jesus Christ.
And I wonder what he does with that fox.
Hmm. It's almost like you always have an undead familiar on yourself or something.
He does. Worst part about about this Dali Mini though is that it gives you really low res images.
It does. But you can kind of work off of those then.
Yeah,
So that
I
way
guess
they're
I could
not
always
as
trace
low
the.
res.
You know what? I'm gonna type in a prompt for
Dolly.
aristocratic man with
Aristocratic necromancer.
dead fox. Aristocratic. I mean, I already got Joey to draw him, so
Yeah. Just see what it
old
does.
fat guy and hospital.
Yo, tons of rice.
I just wrote down old fat guy in hospital for Vladis. Also, Oswald, a man of high regard yet also of high criticism. He has
Hmm.
rumors surrounding his company of illegal animal experimentation. However, he puts everyone at ease with his charming personality and or possibly by force.
Mmm.
Also, Marcus, the
Uh,
owner of Charles. Now, if there's anybody in here from my campaign, this is your one and only warning. This is where lore for other characters comes into play. The owner of Charles, now about to become the new body for Vladis. He originally found the cure for cancer but was assassinated, or so we thought. Turns out he survived, but not for long, as Vladis has made him an offer he can't refuse. Protection of his pet for his body.
mmm. Acorn flower.
Also, do you
How
want to hear the different
O'Neill.
districts that I came up with
Sure.
for my thing?
Right, yeah, you said that you were finally like
Yeah.
actually giving them names.
All right, so first of all, we have the main city. The name of the city is called Outer City.
Okay.
The main city is what you'd expect: large buildings, bustling roads and highways, and most importantly, a lot of corporate business. This is the home of MBT Co. The main building resides at the center of the city, with close watch from local police and even the military. Other than that,
Mmm.
however, Outer City is home to a lot of stores and shops, and hiding spaces alongside the head of the tech branch in his new TTW, Tech Testing Warehouse. Next is the Red Light District, also known as Dredge Town. The red
Yeah.
light district is an area of poor quality. It's the slums of outer city. Many of the buildings here may be tall, but are also dilapidated. Most of the clouds here are made of black smog covering the sky and darkness. The only real light from in this district comes from the LED and neon signs littering the sides of buildings and shops. This is also where Station Zero is located. The underground railroads that are now long abandoned are the homes of experience that got away. As well as the main party, this is also the home of the abandoned STF, Soul Transferring Facility, where Project Angel Wing was committed.
Mmm.
Next is the Overgrown District, also known as Druid Cove. The Overgrown District is a city overflowing with plants and animals, experiments or not. The buildings are covered from head to toe in plants seemingly overgrown and unkempt. Even the local parks are more like woods than parks. This place is home to the new MTF Magic Testing Facility, where the head of the Magic Branch is located.
Interesting.
And then finally, we have the Outer City District, and also known as Humble Harbor. The Outer City District is the farmlands of Outer City. A lot of the land here is covered in huge farmlands. Most of these farms are for vegetables and other non-meat products. However, there are a few meat packing facilities located close to the BTF, Biology Testing Facility. Now, I want you to think about that really carefully.
Yep.
There's meat packing facilities around the biology testing facility.
Yeah.
There's also rumors of monsters and other creatures roaming around the fields attacking wildlife and farmers. Some people even believe that the BTF are to blame for these monstrosities.
They wouldn't be too far off if what I'm gathering is correct.
So how does like the little city that this is taking place in sound?
It sounds like a hellscape.
Well, some of it sounds nice, and then
Some
some
of
of
it
it
sounds
sounds not.
nice, the rest sounds like a hellscape.
Like you got your nice farmlands, you got your nice part, your clearly liberal place, Druid Cove. Then you got to have your slums. It's a city. You got to have your downtown. Dredge Town, and then
You gotta have
then
your
there's actually
downtown.
yeah, then there's Outer City. The actual big one.
Yeah, the one that.
However, none of the party has ever been to Outer City. They got a little close to Druid Cove, and
Mm-hmm.
that was it. They have never seen Humble Harbor, and they've never seen Dredge. Well, they've been in Dredgetown. They literally are in Dredgetown. They're at Station Zero.
Ah,
Also, you want to hear some characters that are kind of important, but not really.
sure.
Okay, we got Elizabeth, the tech master and teacher to Charles. She's a monkey who has like hyper intelligence.
Yeah.
She does all the technology work for the party. Then we got Emos, the biology master, and
Mm-hmm.
chaos enthusiast. He is a mutated rat. He's about triple the size of a normal rat with bulging eyes and three tails.
Ooh.
He does all the biology and mutation for the party. And then we got Melvoy, the magic master, and teaching Poi how to use their magic. Poi will come in later. He's a lion with gilded whiskers who uses magic to help the party. These are
Mm.
like your shop connoisseurs. Like if
Yeah.
they have magic about magic, they go talk to Melvoy. If they want to have something built for them, they go talk to Elizabeth. Or like if they want to get their
Yeah.
body modded, they go talk to Elizabeth. If they want to get mutated and have weird things with medicine done to their body, they go to Emos.
Yeah.
By the
Makes
way, it's
sense.
spelled E, comma Moss.
Interesting.
Then there's Maui, the leader of Station Zero. And what do you think Maui is?
Uh, gonna be funny. They sound like a fish.
They are a walking, land-breathing shark.
I was not wrong. I'm actually surprised by that.
Then we have Poi, who is a story device for Michael's character.
Mm-hmm.
They were also a part of Project Angel Wing, and they were a pretty sadistic experiment. They are a pair of Siamese twins, one male, one female, that are forced to share one consciousness, one soul.
Terrifying.
So Poi is actually two people, but also not. It's imagine if you basically had two bodies
Mm-hmm.
and you saw two sets of vision, heard two sets of sounds, smelled two different things,
Oh,
all of
that
it.
sounds like absolute torture.
Yep.
That is both awful and amazing.
However, that also means that since he knows magic, however, they also have two wells of energy.
Ooh.
So he's turning his minuses into pluses. I believe so. And then we have Ebot, the second transportation bot to Grace Station Zero. He is made up of Mark 1 and Mark 2 parts.
Okay.
Yeah. Basically, they had a Mark 1 robot,
Mm-hmm.
which was basically a walking, talking cat carrier
Yeah.
to transport them around. They basically got hacked into by Elizabeth to be friendly, and then it got destroyed alongside with a Mark 2 that the party was fighting.
Yeah.
So they brought both corpses to Station Zero, and Elizabeth is turning the Mark 1 and Mark 2 into one robot, and she's gonna name it Ebot, and it's gonna become the new transportation robot.
Hmm.
And then we have Meow. She is the board manager, and she is a corgi with cybernetic legs and a cowboy hat.
You gotta specify that she has a cowboy hat too.
You do, because if you don't, then like, what are you doing in life? You know what? I'm gonna generate art for her.
Head pin
Cybernet
up this way for
cyberpunk corgi with
10.
cowboy hat. Listen, we all love
Okay.
Meow.
Oh, I can bet.
And she talks like this. Howdy, y'all.
That makes sense too.
Are you ready to do another mission today?
Let me .wp Pete.
Also, you want to know what the you know how I didn't really specify how the CEO looks?
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to know?
I get the feeling that they are like an amalgamation themselves.
They are so he has had several strength biology mutations, several nanobot insertions,
Mm-hmm.
and several magical buffs to turn him into the
Mm,
ultimate. Imagine Senator Armstrong on steroids.
that makes sense. Just hyped up on steroids and nanomachines. Yo, there's the 10. Is it poor? It's poor, but it'll be 10.
Yeah. Uh, like the best way I could describe it is imagine if Senator Armstrong, instead of going into nanomachines,
Just heavy went
literally,
into steroids.
yeah.
Instead of
Let me put it this way.
nanomachines, he became like the Umbrella Corporation from Resident Evil. More or less.
Did he rejoin the server?
Who did?
Just Neptune.
Probably. Which server are you in?
He rejoined Queen is Dead Dice.
Mm. Well, good for him. And he's back. And he left. I think. No, he's here. He's there. But, yeah. Oh, please tell me that was not all of it. Okay. I was about to get sad if this was all the tin that was here. Since I know it went down one, it probably went down another level.
Oh, that's disgusting looking. I
What?
don't like that. I put into the AI generator Corgi with a cowboy hat and cyber and robot legs,
Uh-huh.
and it just gives me, imagine like you took a Corgi head and planted it on the tip of a robot.
Oh god. Honestly, that would be kind of funny if that's what the character looked like. Let's be honest, that would be kind of funny. Just like a corgi head on like a fully humanoid body. And talks in like the thickest southern twang that you could ever see, that you could ever hear. Yes, I can see the southern twang. I'm very smart.
I'm just gonna search up Corgi in a cowboy hat. I hope it gives me just like some straight up images. That would be hysterical. Also, do you want to hear the main plot?
Mm.
This is all I have written for the main plot. MBT Magic Biology and Technology Corporation. They experiment on animals,
I
not
would
only
have
to better
found it
technology of
absolutely
humans
hilarious if you just stopped at just the name of the group.
of the company. Yeah, they experiment on animals not only to better the technology of human alteration, but also for animal alterations as well. Due to this, many of the party has witnessed the horrors of their abuse towards animals and will soon find out about the corporation and their misdoings.
Interesting. That actually sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, you don't think about it because you're like, oh, campaign just animals, right? Like that sounds weird, kind of okay, right?
Yeah.
And then I explain the lore to you.
And then you explain the lore, it's like, what the fuck are you doing to these characters?
And this is also in a cyberpunk world too.
Yeah.
So a lot of the party also has cybernetic augmentations. Actually, the party just got metallic augmentations to their natural weapons. Michael's character now has claws. Oda Cameron's whole bottom jaw for his Komodo dragon got replaced with metal. Sean's tail is now metal. And Eli's horns are now metal. So that way they can actually deal damage to robots. Because the whole point with that Mark II fight was to show them that their flesh is weak.
That's going to be terrifying.
And by the way, metal isn't even the strongest material.
Yikes.
Oh, I never actually read out the prompts for the presents, did I?
Mm-mm.
I just kind of explained to you what they were. All right. So present number one, codename Siren. Siren is a gift created by Tech
You
and
also
Magic.
never really explained what presents are.
So basically, the 10th anniversary of MBTCO is coming to fruition. And so all of the branches decided to make a gift of peace to give to Oswald, the CEO.
Ah. Ah.
Some of the presents are meant to help capture their mistakes, like, their escaped experiments. Some of
Mm-hmm.
them are to help like people see like, oh, MBTCO is actually good for animals, i.e. Siren. And then question mark is to show just what power they could have.
Yeah, which is, I think that's even more terrifying. All right. H. Bread.
So I'm gonna just start from top to bottom.
Mm-hmm.
So gift number one, codename Siren. Siren is a gift created by the Tech and Magic branches. Her beautiful voice and amazing charming skills allow her to become one of the biggest stars of the century. However, she still belongs to Oswald. She is a poodle with a robot-like brain. Gift number two,
Mmm.
codename Mark III. The Mark III is the newest iteration of the ACR, animal catching robots. However, this one focuses on catching and eliminating failed experiments. It's made up of a high resistance alloy called reluminum. Yes, it is
Mmm.
just aluminum, but with re at the beginning.
Yeah.
Reluminum. It's so dense that not even diamond can penetrate it. It was made by the biology and tech branches as pieces of human DNA are embedded into its code, giving it the ability to think freely. And gift number three, codename question mark question mark question mark. This gift has no name, as it was a last stage idea for the third and final gift. Its creator of the magic and biology branch. Its body is stitched together, some of them not even matching or having skin, just bone. However, this
Mmm.
creature's mind is the more horrific part. Thanks to the angel wing experiments, lots of souls are without bodies. This body will be their new home.
Oh, that's actually really terrifying. I love it.
I think I did pretty good.
You did.
I'm a great world builder. I'm just not a great storyteller.
It's kind of the same for me.
Actually, I'm good at storytelling. I'm not good at multiplayer storytelling.
Yeah.
And plus, I also have extreme self-doubt while DMing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, imagine you're DMing and the whole time you're like, my players are losing interest. They don't like what I'm saying, stuff like that.
Yeah, I feel that, man. That was literally my last. That was literally me, uh, Sunday
Yeah, that
or
wasn't your fault.
Saturday to Sunday.
That was me because I didn't have a connection to my character.
I mean, you could eventually make connection to your character.
No, let me put it like this. I created a character for Michael's. You know how he had a campaign named The Shadowfallen that was a huge hit
Mm-hmm.
and finish and everything? My first character was a Native American ranger who
Yeah.
was on the hunt to find his mother. I eventually got so fed up playing him and so fed up with people teasing him for his goals that I literally had him row away from the entire party and I left the campaign. But I came back and I made a character with a bit of me inside of it, with a bit of my own personality.
And
And
immediately,
yep,
like, connected with the character.
yeah, that was Sunny, who then over the course of like a year and a half, as I changed, also changed.
Yeah.
I went from thinking I was an unfeeling robot to being a person with too much empathy, then a cold-hearted asshole, back to being somebody who can be both when need be. I
Yeah.
grew with my character. Same thing with my character for Sean's campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Gunther, he was a German who participated in during Nazi Germany. He
Yeah.
was a battle medic. and he didn't realize the horrors that were being caused while he was away. Whenever he found out, he immediately left to go in search of a better life. However, because of his PTSD, he accidentally took his wife's left eye, smashing a bottle on her head, causing her eye to go blind.
Mm. Yeah,
So
that'll fuck somebody up.
his whole arc was learning that he can't always be there to help people. Sometimes he has to take things into his own hands and be the one to deal damage, not to heal it.
Mm.
Which was me learning that I can't always be a rock for people to fall onto. Sometimes I have to be the damn sword.
Yeah.
And then finally, we have, well, not finally, we have Rife. Rife was a character who was he was dickish. This was around the time when I was a dick.
Yeah.
He he eventually learned how to actually love people again, how to connect with people, and eventually he sacrificed himself for the party. And even though it was slightly in vain, he still did something with his
Yeah.
life. And then finally, we get to Tetris.
And Tetris is all over the fucking place.
He tries to be a good guy, but he does have sadistic sides. Huh, I
Yeah.
wonder.
Huh, I wonder why.
Also, do you want to see how big my old keyboard was?
Sure.
All right, let me turn on my video camera. Hello, chat. I know they can't see me, but
Yeah,
oh
not
well.
right now.
Fuck you, chat. Anyways, so this was my old keyboard.
Yeah.
Look at how big it is. You're like, Dakota, that's not big. That's not big. This is how big my new keyboard is.
Yeah, you went to 60%?
No, 65 because it still has the.
Uh,
It's like a.
it
It's
still
okay.
has the function keys. It just doesn't have the numpad on the side.
Yeah, it still has all the. Ooh.
Oh, you turned your camera off with the spacebar.
Wait, does the spacebar turn off your camera?
No, it's the last thing you selected.
Oh.
It's an accessibility setting.
So like, look. So look, I have all my F1, like all my F1 keys. I
Yeah.
have like my page up down, my arrow keys, the two shifts, and everything's like really compact.
Yeah. I'm
And it's
thinking
also, if you can't tell, it's also wireless.
yeah. I'm thinking
How do
the
you like that effect too?
yeah, that's pretty nice. I think the next when I eventually do buy a keyboard, I'm going to buy a ortholinear.
By the
Like
way,
all
this is also hot swappable. So if I don't like the blue clickies eventually, or they just go bad, not
Mhm.
only did they give me 4 spare switches, I can always hot swap them out for other switches.
Mm. Yeah. Eventually I want to get like an ortholinear uh keyboard, which means all the keys are in the exact they're like up and down and not like staggered the way that
Why the hell in God's green earth would you ever want that?
uh just because I think it'd be interesting.
Okay, would you rather have a keyboard with functionality?
Yes.
That keyboard does not have functionality.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't. It looks
Yes,
god
it
awful.
does.
How is that any better than just a regular keyboard?
Uh so it'd be better than the fucking keyboard I have now. That's how.
You know what? Turn on your camera for stream and show me your keyboard.
Give me 1 second.
Wait, are you actually going on stream to do this?
Yeah, I'll actually do this.
Good. I
All
hope
right.
you know my reaction's gonna be like a 2 minute delay.
I know. Let's close the PNG tuber, turn on the camera. This is my fucking keyboard.
Alrighty,
Here,
1 second.
I'll
Two
even do it
second.
in
Oh, you're here. You're here. Oh, why is that a press board?
yeah,
Like flat keys?
like flat keys.
Yucky, nasty. I'll just buy
Yeah.
you a keyboard.
Nah, I'll buy myself one. I've got the money for it.
And it's wired, icky, ewy.
Yeah, so I don't have a Bluetooth adapter in my PC because I was a dumb fuck.
What you could do is, so an example for this one is for my keyboard
Mm-hmm.
is, so look, you notice how you think it's Bluetooth, right?
Yeah.
It actually has three different settings. So it has wired, it does have Bluetooth, which I don't use, and it also has the 2.4 hertz
Mm.
Bluetooth, which is the plug-in one, you know?
Yeah.
Like with the USB. Same thing with my mic here. I have a plug-in for this. I don't like regular Bluetooth. It just doesn't work. It doesn't work consistently for me,
Yeah.
which is why even for my controller, sometimes I just use a Xbox Bluetooth hookup.
Yeah.
Hell, even my mouse, even my GeForce mouse is by USB. That's why whenever Michael was like, "Why not just use a USB adapter?" I was like, "Michael, I don't have room for that because it's all being taken up by Bluetooth adapters."
Yeah.
But my best thing about this keyboard is that I can now like rotate it or like put it off to the left of my desk or the right.
Mm-hmm.
It's not connected by a rope effectively.
I don't mind having a wire connected to my computer.
But well, okay. Then again, though, your desk here, your
Yeah, my
desk doesn't look like this.
true, true, true.
Like, look at this. Like, okay, do you want to know what's in this red box?
Hmm.
Like, what's so important for this red box to be on my desk?
What?
It's my Magic the Gathering deck.
Mm.
Clearly of very high importance, right?
Obviously.
Also, am I coming through clear? Does it sound like I'm talking through my webcam?
You're coming through clear.
I'm gonna check my voice and video real quick. Headset, microphone, Corsair, RGB. Yep, everything's coming through my headset.
Mm.
I just want that to be sure,
Yeah.
cause you know,
I feel you,
damn,
man.
everybody's in the alrighty, everybody's in the other toxin and big shampoo. Upsetting, but I don't want to
Upsetting.
leave you on stream by yourself.
Imagine if they joined stream and just be like, yeah, we're fucking here.
Yeah, honestly, sometimes I do this. I'm not trying to be like, haha, you should respect me. But I like being on stream with you because I know that it's probably really hard to just talk to yourself.
Well, it can be. I
So
I
I like to
definitely
come on
have
stream.
dealt with worse, to be honest.
Yeah, but I like coming on
The
stream with you
fuck?
so that way you have somebody to talk to. And
Yeah.
I feel like I'd be a dick for me to leave stream because, oh, hey, more of my friends are in another call.
Yeah. Fruit press. I have everything needed for that. What's that? I know that I have a hammer somewhere. Do I have it in my inventory? I do not. It is hanging on the wall.
You know what? I'm just gonna go check out and see what they're talking about.
Yeah, go for it, man. Three, three. That's four. I'm a very smart individual. I also don't have any of the fat on me. Okay. There. Nope. Down here. That on top with the hammer. Let's do that. And then it's the resin beside it. I don't have enough durability on my goddamn hammer. That's sick. Okay. And it all went in there? No, it dropped on the floor. Okay. Up here. Boom. H. Fruit press. Am I just doing this wrong? Nope. Okay. Boom. There. Fat there. Here. It's the chisel there. 3, 4. And there we go. Fruit press. Finally, I can press my fucking fruit. And I have to make a juice container. juice. Can I place... I can place it on top of the fucking storage vessel. Let's go. Fruit. H. Use for cranberry juice. Ingredient for cranberry wine. You receive 1 unlearn point. Okay. Syrup portion. Used for treats. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Alright. If I pull out that, and I get rid of that, and then I think I can place that under there. I can. If I just... Oh. Does it have juice in it? No. So it's wet mash. Go in there. And I can compress it. And it'll become dry mash. Boom. Dry mash. Cranberry juice. 80 saturation. Ooh. Alcohol-soaked bandages. Clean bandage. Requires... Ooh, 2 flex twine. Okay. That's cool. Juice. Juice. What can you use it for? I think if I take the mixing bowl, I think I can uncraft it? Question mark? H. Obtained by breaking that. You cannot. Okay. So I step back, place it there. Cool, cool, cool. H. Cooks into dehydrated cranberry after 24 hours in open storage. H. Dehydrated cranberry. Put the mash into this. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yeah, and then this dries like out in the open. Can I put it on shelf? I cannot. If I keep it on me, it'll dry. 1, 2.25. Yeah, no, I'm keeping it on me. Okay. It's starting to get a little dark, but not dark enough just yet. I am burning shit in here. Yeah, that's not going to be part baked anymore. Okay. Toss in there and there. And we're going to sleep. If I eat the last 0.3% of that. 3% of a serving. That's how much was left on that. That's what I read. I misread. Okay. Yeah, I'm always going to swap over to my, to, like, my spear when I'm going to sleep, because I do not trust this game. Oh, I ate the whole thing. And it almost completely filled me up, too. Sick! Alright. There's 2 servings of turnip stew left for that. Okay. We're going to... $700. Nah, I'm not gonna burn planks. That's what firewood is for. Boop. Going to grab this torch, light it, and untake it. 3 nuggets. 3 nuggets. Okay. So that'll give me 30. Oh, no. 100. Okay. Let me grab some of this food here. Ooh, this needs to be cooked now. Okay, there's that. If I do... I think 2 of these? Actually, no, I could do all 4 of those. 2 of those. And then... Use the knife on it. 4. There's that. I think I can use 4 of the part-baked ones. Maybe? Ooh, I can use these. 2, 3, 4. I bet you if I do this... Nope. Not at all. Okay. I guess I'll have to worry about that later. Level 4 in survival. Sick. Boop and boop. Let me grab the rest of this. Is that? Is that? And there. And there. And there. If you mix them together, they get less messed up. Alright. 6, 6. Can I mix some smashed red meat in there with it? Maybe? There we go. 6 servings. This, I can use my hammer on it. Boom. 17% spoiled. And H cooks into fried cooked eggs. Cooked eggs. Cooked fish eggs. I'm struggling so hard. Jesus. Oh, right, yeah, I can start planting now. K, N... Okay, let's separate the N crops from the K crops. Okay. I don't have any P crops. That's amazing. Let's go find some P crops so that way I can have something that's not just me messing stuff up. Spelt, turnips, onions. Let's go over there for the onions. Right, I was doing like the lightest amount of farming right there. Alright, nothing there. Alright, let's go over this way. Okay. So the reason I need more than just those 2 types of crops is because the different types of soil, or the different types of soil nutrients, need to regenerate and all that. If I don't let them regenerate, they won't. Okay. Onions. There's a 7 here. No. There's a 6 out of 7 here. Okay. 6 out of 7. I know if I break these, they will give me seeds. What I need right now most is seeds. And there's turnips right here beside it, so I should probably break that too. Okay. Nope, nope, no, 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 no. Delete. Okay. Did I already check this guy over here out? I did. Okay. Yeah, this is my blue clay. Okay. That is just a straight pit. Rye. .wps. Oh yeah, survival skill. Survival. Well rested. Woodwork. Meat shield. Saturation. Let's do well rested. I don't have any unlearned points at the moment. Okay. Wow, there are a lot of just these straight to death pits here. Good lord. Oh, hi, Bunny. Oh, he wanted to escape. Too bad. Craft this down into more onion seeds. And I have a knife. So if I grab his flesh, I don't need this soil. Boom. Alright. Headed back home. Man, there's a lot of peat just sitting right here. That'll be good for the fire pits in a little bit. I will eventually need to make that pottery kiln, though. That will help out a lot. Okay. Oh, there's I forgot that there was stuff in that. Right, and it doesn't go bad either. Okay. The RP crop. Yes, okay. Let us smash this. Boom, smashed. Okay. I really do need to empty my inventory. Okay. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. I hit 10 somewhere. There's 10. Okay. Bones? Flex fibers. Charcoal? No. That'll need to go somewhere else. This can go in here. I've got that food on me. Okay. 21 flax seeds. Okay. So I should probably grow cabbage and rye together. I'm going to need a lot of flax. Like a lot of flax fibers, so I'm going to do that. Let's do rye. 13, 6, 10. Let's do rye, turnips, and cabbage. And that'll be enough for now. Gonna do this. So this first one here will be the onions. This one here will be the rest of these. And then these three. And then this whole thing here will be flax. Right now, until this is done and completed, this will block off access to it. Boom. And just for added security, that's there. And then this will be here. Boom. No, that won't be there. I'll have to go over to the other side to grab that. But, yeah. I don't think even the small guys will be able to fit through there. Okay. That'll work. For now. Let's grab two of the crocs, actually. Boom. Let me grab this. There. And still in here, I will make another one. 4, 4, 4. And then... do I have anything else that I can cook with? No. No, I do not. Okay. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Let me grab some of my fat. Hefty fish tender raw meat stew. Okay. Nope. Alright. And now in here, dry acorns. Shelled acorns. So if I... each? Oh, I need to pick them. Why else would I read? Okay. Oh, literally just any tool. Of course. Ingredient 4, wet and leached. Every one needs 10. So a stack of 5. Need this. So I'll seal that. It'll take a full 24 hours. What is this guy selling? So I already bought that. Do I have shoes? I do have shoes. 4 gears for that. Merchant bracelet. Offered their services. Heavy tool belt. Huh. Gambesoned leg armor. These leggings are constructed of several layers of linen quilted together, though not as many as a gambeson, in order to retain flexibility. Huh. Okay. Merchant belt. Oh, I can literally just buy linen off of him. Oh, that makes things a lot easier. 10 of them on him? Hell yeah. Okay. Alright. I need to see how many gears I actually have. Current rift activity is high. That's great. Do I have any leftover gears? I don't. Okay. Can I mix food types? I cannot. Alright. Do that. There. Yep, all 4 of them went in. Okay. Oh, right, yeah, all my cooking utensils are here. Fresh for 3.9 days. Fresh for 10 days. Okay. If I'm eating at least one meal a day, that'll be alright. Alright. So, I really should start trying to find some granite for that. Oh, right, there's olivine all the way up there. I don't remember exactly where granite is, to be totally honest. I do know that down here, if I come out this way, I can make this into, like, a cellar. Or I'll probably just leave this as is. If I dig this way, then I can make a cellar underneath. This is 76. So if I go to 76 over here, and I need to make a couple ladders. No, I was reading the wrong stat. Okay. Is 156. Okay. Make a couple of ladders to go. I need to make at least 10 ladders. I get 3 per, which means I need 4 made. That'll give me 12. Okay. Let's see. This one. How much saturation do I have? Enough. Okay. Let me move this real quick. Pick up. Put down over here. From this point down will be... Okay. This point downwards will be the way down to my targeted depth. I need to go to 56, is what I said. 58, 57, 56, and it will be this direction. I believe. It has to be down here somewhere. The idea is I'm going to make this area down here into a cellar. Come on. Well, this'll work. Alright. It doesn't need to be built up that high. Alright. Get rid of that. If we head down, I can make a 7x7 area out of this. And I know that 7x7 is the maximum for a cellar, I believe. It's a wiki, the vintage story. Wiki is back up and running. Cellar. I spelled it wrong. Cellar. Okay. Fully enclosed room at or under 7x7 blocks in size may be counted as a cellar. And rough wooden or normal wooden doors count as enclosing it. Okay. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I will do a 5x5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can do a 5x7. let me... Whoa. Let me make this block, this one block taller. And while I may not have enough lanterns to go around, I can have quite a few more made. Okay. So let me dig this out a little bit. And then from here, I can make words. Then I can make my 5x7 cellar down here. Because for right now, this will have all of my food stored in it. I can make a 3x5 right here for right now. Alright. I mean, down this way, actually, let me make it 3x5. And then on this wall, I can just have storage for shit. And then I can probably... No, I can more than likely take this and just keep going with it. I take 2 blocks out of the wall right across from the right across from that ladder over there. And then I can what's the word? And then I can start digging out like the cellar. It'll be massive. Okay. For right now, I need to place some sort of light down here. So that way none spawns. I believe I can cover up this hole over here now. Because I don't need to worry about it. Actually, I do need to worry about it. Let me get rid of this. I will need coal. I would not need coal. I need copper. And I need a lot of it. Where are my crucibles? Right there. Boom. 3 units of copper. Once that starts burning down, that'll be alright. Windmill rotor. I should have made this first. Ah! Dang it. I should have made this first. Okay. If I equip my... Nope. I need to clear out my inventory real quick. Seeds do not go in there. I really shouldn't toss tools in there either. Toss that. Toss that. Toss the gears there. There. I need seeds going here. Okay. Axe. Axe. I should also make this 3rd axe. And put it up here. The copper one there. I will grab one of these for right now. That'll smelt down in just a little bit. Actually, I should wait for this to smelt down all the way. Where did I put my raft? Did I put it? There it is. Why did I put a crucible in there? Because this was an extra one. That's why. Sort. 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 I don't know why it keeps doing that. But, okay. So I'm going to take this, I'm going to pour it into these. I can make 2 copper plates with that. Okay. Check out this thing that a friend sent me. Yep. Stellaris. Okay. Okay. This is almost ready. Keep doing that. Okay. We're going to pour out this copper. And once the copper is fully poured out, if it's not too late in the day, it almost is. I don't need the chisel on me 24/7 or the scythes. I can put... Nope. One there. One there. Put the scythe there. And there. And right now I don't need this hoe on me. Okay. Over this way, there are pine trees. And I just put out my own torch. That's amazing. Okay. Turn... Nope. Wrong one. Screen brightness all the way up. For right now, I will deal with this. I need pine tree. Also, cranberry bushes. This raft helps me swim faster. Okay. That is a very tall pine tree. Oak. Pine. Okay. Oh. Please give me some amount of resin. I know it is a 2% chance. But God, do I need it. Alright. Frickin' leaves are on this. Jesus. Alright. But now that I have some actual pine seeds, this will go a lot faster than I originally hoped. There's a rift right beside the fucking massive pine tree. Come on. Current rift activity high my ass. Dang it. No resin still? Yep. H. Obtained by breaking leaking pine log with resin, and pine log. Ingredient 4, resin. Oh. Oh. Yes. So much pine. Okay. There's that, like, 1% or 2% chance of resin, by the way. Okay. Do this. Alright. Getting late. Very late. In-game. I have not gotten these over here. More cranberries. A veritable field of cranberries. Ooh, and white currants. Interesting. One of the mods I have installed allows me to quite literally start farming berries, which will be very nice. Okay. Let me get a ton of these, and then I'll start heading back. Medium activity now. That rift is still over there. For those who don't know what rifts do, considering I haven't really explained them, they have the ability to spawn drifters, which are those things that I fought a little while earlier. Or a little while ago. And around them. And if you stand in them, you'll just absolutely start tearing through your stability. And that's not really a great thing. Red currants. Huh. Okay. Alright, there's a tree. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Dang it. Okay. I stayed out way too late. It is currently dark enough for these guys to start spawning. They also have a light level rule. That they will not start spawning until a certain light level is present. Okay. I got a lot of pine wood. Alright. This guy's actually scared me. I hope you know that. Okay. Let me get back into the house. And then I can turn the accessibility setting all the way back down to what it was. Yeah. So that's that's what the setting is. Let's bring it back down to, I had it at 20. Isn't a whole lot of anything, but you know what? It'll work. There we go. Okay. Did my knife break? I mean, if it did, cool. But, like, I just have to make a new one then. Okay, so those, like, didn't fill me up at all. Let's take the... Yeah, this is the smaller one. Bowl with meal. 7% spoiled. Let me go ahead and eat that. Cool. Alright. Up here. Go to bed. Swap over to the Kopesh. How's my food? Fruit and veg is pretty good. Need to increase the amount of things that I eat. And the type of things that I eat. Boom. Okay. Forestry. Okay. So if I'm just able to extract resin from this. I am. Oh my god, that makes life so much easier. Windmill rotor. Alright, let's not use actual pine for that. Because that would literally just be a waste. Do this. Alright, it's one there, I believe. 2 here. 1 here. H. Windmill rotor. Yes. And then chisel, which I do not have on me. Let me throw some stuff in here. Wild vine tip, wild vine. In this one, I should throw the berries. Okay. Chisel, hammer. Okay. 2 to that. Hammer. Let's do the bad hammer, get rid of it. Chisel. Or it's too fucking low for that. Okay. Nope. H. Wind. Mechanical power. Windmill rotor for sails, which require twine or linen. Why would you make that? Okay, so I need a bunch of flax. Flax, twine. This into 1 linen. I can grab my gears and go buy some from this guy over here. Kino, I wish to trade, my friend. Buy. Okay, so now I can make my very first sale, and I did it wrong. Oh, 1 makes 4. Okay. Power. Mechanical power. A few axles and gears. Gears. That's not too bad. Could be a lot worse. Okay. I need not that axe, but my saw that's down here. That's not the one that's used. This is the one that's used. Okay. Axle. Power. Okay. Windmill requires at least 5 blocks of vertical space and usually gets more wind the higher it is, so begin by placing the rotor on a tower or the side of a tall building. The back of the windmill rotor will be attached to axles and gears to bring power to your machines. Okay. Gear. Transmission? I'll have to look something up about this, because it's catching me off guard. What's needed for a large wooden gear? Axle. Oh, that's not too bad. Okay. 1, 2. Let's just make a whole bunch, actually. Boom. Nope, that won't work because it's too damaged, I believe. Oh, no. Now it's too damaged. I need a bunch of this anyways. Okay. Gear. I need a large gear section. Okay. And a large wooden gear. Game mechanic. To automate working iron loops, to smith any type of metal plate, and to power the Archimedes screw. Okay. Used to mechanic. Yeah, okay. So I just need to place it really high up. Okay. Rotor on a tower or the side of a tall building. Axle and gears. Okay. For gear, brake, pulverizer toggle, powered grindstone assembly. Large wooden gear needs a bunch of these. Okay. E. No, E. Ooh. Still have so much wood in my inventory. What the fuck? I need at least 2 gears. Gear. Let me make one of these real quick. So it's this. H. Gear. Angled gear. 2 stick. Resin. Okay. 2 stick. Here. Log. Log is down here. Fat is here. Chisel is there. Hammer's up here. And saw is up here. If I do 2 more stick. Okay. I need to chest this. Okay. Can only be placed on axles. So if I do this, and then that, and then on top. Okay. I am literally figuring this out as I speak. Okay. And can I just place it there? I can't. Why can I not? H. So toggle is okay. Brake. Gear. Okay, I actually need to look up a tutorial for this. Okay. YouTube.com. Vintage story. Mechanical power. Let me make it so that way you guys can also see what I am seeing. We will do capture date. No, wrong one. This one. Turn on. And you guys should also be able to hear how I'm hearing him. Let's not do it that way. We'll do it. Web browser. Properties. Do this one. Hit OK. No? Why did it not change? Huh. If I do this one? For right now, we will do it this way. Desktop audio. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am your old Papa Cheddar, and today we're talking about windmills, and more
Okay,
specifically
Cheddar.
gears. That's right, the torque,
Thank
the
you for
power, the
telling me.
speed at which you need to run your varying mechanical contraptions. So join me today as I try and break this down in a simple way. And as a little disclaimer, I don't know any of the technical terms for any of this stuff. This is just what I've discovered messing around in my creative world that you
makes
see
sense.
here behind me, and it looks extremely confusing. And you know what? It is! Oh, yes, but hopefully we can break it down into a more simplistic way and get yourself the best possible windmill setup for your needs.
Okay.
Now, if you guys are anything like me, you've been spending most of your time with windmills, setting up weird stuff like this that just doesn't really seem to work all too well. You know, just weird little elbows everywhere trying to add power into things, and it becomes a mess. You're wasting resources, and you don't really know what you're doing. Well, by gummit, there's just got to be a better way. And what's more, there is. Oh, yes, you're in luck, ladies and gentlemen. There is a better way. So one thing you got to ask yourself, are you after torque or are you after speed? Because there is a very difference, and, well, it will change your setup quite a lot. We're going to be using hell of hammers for today's demonstration, just to keep everything kind of the same and streamlined, but you can, of course, also use pulverizers or querns or, you know, whatever mechanical doodads you'd like. Now then, if you're after speed, you'll most likely be running just a single hell hammer like you see here behind me, right here. This will be, you know, honestly, this is probably the best bang for your buck. This contraption right here, let me... Oh, no, there it is. This contraption right here, you're not using any large gears. It's just single axle, single angle geared, single windmill, and you're going to get a...
Okay. So, if I attach this to a wall. Okay, it does go on the side of the wall. Okay. So I'm not insane. And I have lost my... Oh, I didn't... Okay. I am very smart. Okay. At least I caught that before I did anything. Do I just want to make an ugly, ugly beanpole? I kind of do. Okay. We're going to make a very ugly beanpole. And now we're going to make this all perfectly horizontal. And I'm going to ride these to the moon. Okay. $28. Boom. And then, there we go. 46. I don't have enough of these. Okay. Again, let's not use pine. Let me toss this linen in here. Okay. Let's grab like a stack of oak. Right, a stack in this game is 32. My bad. Okay. This. Chisel. Hammer. Right? H. My bad. It's not resin, it is fat. Not that one. This hammer. Boom. That'll be enough. Okay. So... do this. I'm going to go up this side. And if I go up this amount, I should be able to jump over into that pond over there, and hopefully it will soften my fall. Yeah, let me just keep going higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. And that's the goal. Okay. And now I jump down here. Ah, it wasn't deep enough. Okay. I love how that keeps breaking. So I'm at 3 now. Alright. I need to find a way to change the, like the dump out for the, death counter on there. Yeah, for like the death counter, I need to figure out how to change it. So that way it will count a single world's deaths and not, you know, every world's deaths. Okay. So if I do like this, it looks so weird. I love it. Oh, I love it. Okay, there. We're going to do one out this way. No, 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 no. It's going the wrong direction. Ugh. Okay. Boom and boom. And we connect like this. And then, because I was a dummy and did it so high up to begin with, glider. It requires 4 and leather. I do not have enough of any of that for this. Alright, so if we go up high... yeah. And then we attach the... First, the angled gear. Let's go down 1. Put the angled gear... there? No? Oh, must be attached to a block. Okay. You know what? Because it's funny. Let's put a pine log. There we go. Do that. Then I'm in the way. Boom. Actually, let me pull this out some. There, and then there, and then we add sails. Ah, shoot. Well, there's number 4. I gotta edit this. Yes. 4, Control S. Alright. Back to game. My cranberries. They're ready for harvest. Oh, you know what I probably should have done? For the, what's the word? For the... with the some of the grain that I had left over. I really should have brought these freaking chickens over. Because they're still here. God, I have so many. I have so many cranberries now. Good lord. I need to take some of this dough and mix it with this. That'll make some real good dough. Okay. Collect my husk. Okay. Well, it is making power. Do I have anything left in my quern? I don't. I also don't have anything left in there. Let me eat these. And then what is left of this. Put that bowl back on the shelf. Okay. Most of that is still there. If I move my quern, we're moving it over here. Okay. And then we remove this, I believe. And the corn doesn't have to be on solid ground, if I remember correctly. Or it might. Yeah, I think it might require solid ground. Okay. So we can just break this. And then put this underneath it. Boom! Automatic quern! Will this break it? Yes, it is a gravity block. Okay. There we go. Let's go check out the flax that's over here. It should be fully grown by now. Attract anything? Nothing but baby bunnies. Okay. I did not think this through. I really did not. Is there a thing like combining these together? No? Okay. I don't need that. Okay. And these redwoods will provide very well in the future. Okay. Let's not immediately grind this up. More flax seeds. Flax, very needed. 6. Now it's that. Toss that for it there for right now. Up here. Oh, you know what? H for a linen sack and a knife. Okay. I could have been making... Are you kidding me? My knife doesn't have enough durability! This stupid faggot thing. Alright. Light it up. Alright, what does it take to make a health hammer? How much? 300. That is enough for 1 crucible full. Okay. Helve hammer, hammer base. I can make that easily. 10 bronze helve hammer. Helve hammer. Metal molding. Okay. I need 300 tin bronze. Okay. Where is it? Not in there, not in there. Copper bits here. Copper bits. Copper bits. There's copper. There's bronze. Okay. So it is... How much per each? So if I just start... Alright, so 6... 255 units of 10 bronze. There we go. Okay. We grab this, put this here. I'm being very smart with this. Let me bring this over this way. I'm going to remove that. And this. Put an axle down this side. Nope, no, 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 nope, nope, nope. We're doing it this way. I'm wasting, like, actual coal here for this. There we go. I need to make a Hellhammer base. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Chisel. Hammer. Resin. Hellhammer base. Over here. Put it like that. Oh no, you put it on an axle. My bad. Alright. No. H. Table breaking, Hellhammer base. You need a toggle directly in front. What does it take to make a toggle? T-O-G-G-L. Toggle. Okay, that's not bad. Toggle. Alright. There. 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 Toggle, toggle, toggle. 4, 4. I don't have enough in my inventory. That'll be enough. H. Toggle. E. Movable. We're going to move this over here. Okay. It is hammer. Axle. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Fat there. Chisel. Resin. Wooden toggle. Boom. Put this here. Boom. We are going to pour this into you. $255. Level 2 in metalworking. Do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Fill that up again. Okay. That is slowly dying. I need charcoal. Piece. Boom. That'll bring it back up to temp. This is almost out. Here. Grab this. I love how epic the music is, and it really shouldn't be for this. Shift H. You need a toggle directly in the front, and an anvil 2 blocks away from the toggle in order for the hammer to work properly. So here, we grab a couple more charcoal. Use that. Oh, you know what? If I make one more H angled gears, do I have any more resin? Not at the moment, but it doesn't take a whole lot to get more. Boom. Alright. H. We do angled gear. 1. That. Fat. I don't have any sticks on me, and I'm too far away from that. That is also not where sticks are kept. H. E-H. Bull. We're going to make ankle gear. We need hammer. Chisel. Saw. 1. 2. This. And then a lump of fat. I think if I dig down, I can make the quern automatic with this. And then we do one more here. Am I not allowed to have more than one gear connected? I think so. This block can only be attached to axles. Fuck. Damn it. I guess that's where a large gear would come into play. Oh well. Okay. Pick up all that medium fertility soil. And that angle gear, we are going to shift place that. $10 bronze hellhammer. 210. Make some 10 bronze. The last 10 will go in here. While I'm at it, I should make 90. Okay. $125. 130. Back up to 40. Okay. Is that? This one, we're going to throw copper and tin and sort. This hellhammer really needs to go quickly. H. Wuthering. Can it only be made? Yes. Okay. Small water tower. Must have direct access to the sky. Will slowly collect water and insert it into the container below. Collects more water if raining. 3 by 4 by 3 ring of fences with this block in the middle. And then a ring of planks, a ring of metal blocks, and another ring of planks. Good lord. Screwdriver. Cool. Yeah, I think I wasted this charcoal out here. Oops. Insta teleport from distance. I have to be okay. Making sure I have enough time to do what I wanted to do, you know? Okay. Is it cold? It is cold. solidified. Okay. Planks. 1, 2, 1, 2. Is it 1, 2? Is it 2 or is it 4? It's 4. Tin Hellhammer. Let's go. Whoa. That's a way bigger than I thought it would be. That's because I put it in the wrong direction. Okay. Here. Hellhammer. Okay, when the wind picks up, and it will, it will happen. Come on, don't make me a liar. Also, there is a rift right there. Hi. I wonder why. Okay. Oh? Mining, no, processing, metalworking, smelter. Less mold to fill a mold. Or less metal to fill a mold, cool. After finishing metalwork on the anvil, you will receive 1 metal bit for every 4 splits you've done the work. Every hit on a smithing work of an anvil will increase its temperature by 1. After finishing a metal work on an anvil, your hammer will get durability back. The return to the durability corresponds to 5%. Oh, that's actually really good. Heating hits is also pretty cool, but I think Hammer Expert is going to be really good. Collecting anything, mining, nope. Husbandry, nope. Okay, none of that yet. Okay. Come on. Wind. I wonder if there's something like a wind sock or something that'll help you figure out, hey, this is how the wind's blowing. Is that even working up there? It's not. Why is it not working? Ah. Come on. It's making me angry. Also, look at all this! It's growing! Ah! It's growing so well. Okay. Kino. Do you have anything I can sell? Copper ingots. You don't say. A demand of 4, but we'll take 1. Okay. So they want 4. I have 4 here, but I'm not going to give them that 4. Alright. And then this one. 40 units in that one. Okay. And I can't get exactly 80. F, heavy hit. I didn't mean to sit. Okay. I mean, while I'm waiting for this to pick up speed, I guess I might as well go ahead and get most of the way there. Okay. I managed to hit stuff out from underneath it. That's impressive. Okay. F. I start moving stuff down. Nope, that needs to move back up. F, left. Yeah, I do right on these. Down. Right. I guess the wind isn't picking up today. Down. And my hammers are broken. Let's go. I don't think I have a hammerhead in reserve. I don't. Okay. 100 units. That's enough for one. Pickaxe, hammer. That won't take too long. Hey! Could you pick up? Single flax fiber. Linen. More flax fiber. Where did that single flax fiber go? What the heck? Didn't go into my inventory. Because there was 3 here already. Right? I'm not, like, losing it. Right? Okay. Well, I can grow another K crop, and I can grow this spelt over in the foresty area. Like over here. For my rabbit trap. I should also probably clear this at some point. Okay. The inn. That one's good. Oh wait, that's K. Whoops. I was looking at the wrong one. Oops. Okay. That one will be fine. N. It's more flags. Okay. Oh, that was a rock. Okay. Oh. But not enough room in my area. Okay. Wet leached? Okay, H. When heated, turns into dry leached. Handful of acorns or acorn meal. That'll work. 82 days. Okay. Take place. For that. And let's cook some acorns. Is it actually the Hellhammer that just is too much for it right now? Yeah. There's not enough wind at the moment for it. It's too heavy. Oops. It's able to get some work done. If I let it speed up. It takes a little bit. And then speed up. Like, there's enough wind, just not enough for this. Come on. Oh, there's some wind here. Come on. It's not that bad. Rice and flax are K-crops. Rice is pretty cool, though. I will give it that. Oh, I really need that extra flax, so that way I can get this done. Okay, I'm actually just going to sell these 2 copper ingots to this guy. Kino, I have 2 ingots for you. I would like to purchase some more. Cool. Thank you, Kino. With these, I can now make more sales. If I make a whole bunch of these, I can climb all the way up and add more. I will need at least 50. That will work. If it doesn't, oopsie daisy. Well, hopefully that's enough. I made almost 60 freaking ladders to get up here. This is the dumbest windmill I've ever made. It's also the first windmill I've ever made. Okay. Oh. Okay. Ah. Damn it. I was so close. All right. Let's go up this, and then I'm going to break the thing that's right up here. Delete that one. Kino the trader is followed. Oh, it jumped back up to 12. What was I at before? I think I'm at 5 now? No. Yes, I'm at 5 now. Okay. Yep, okay. Add sales. Good. Let me break. Pressing the wrong button. Break that. Ho, 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 I almost died again. That was almost very bad. Okay. That's not a workable temp anymore, is that? I don't think it is. Maybe? Question mark? Is it still workable? No. No, it very much is not. Alright, let's bring it back up a couple temperatures. Up a couple degrees. Ugh. I can speak. Okay. This can go here. Alright, we're going to break this right now. Alright. Put it back down there. And... okay. So the wind needs to be blowing really hard for this. Okay. Let me just do some heavy hits. F. Move. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1. Move that back over 1, and then just down. 2. Yo. Yeah, I just don't want to. I just don't want to. I'm lazy. Also, wouldn't that require me to move all that up there? I'm lazy. I don't want to right now. But thank you for the tip. Yeah, this is the first time I'm messing with this. Honestly. And, very interesting first time messing with it. Like, the first thing that I ever did in this... Like, I haven't gotten this far into the game yet. Like, I literally, like, just now on stream had to look up a, tutorial for the power. Yo, copper plating, let's go! Okay. I know I have some clear quartz left over. And this... and a candle. And now I don't have to have a torch on me again. Yay. Thank you. Yeah, also, I don't think I have enough stuff for a large gear at the moment. Large gear section, I need... I literally just broke my last hammer, too. Let's see... This... I don't have the planks on me. You know, the planks that I kept on me religiously for a while. I need 4 of these, I believe. I think that's what it said for the crafting recipe. H, large gear. Okay. There. There. And hammer. 1. Cool. That's because this saw is almost broken. It can live there. New one. H. Because I'm never going to remember this. Like, ever. And I'm okay with that. here. There. And, oh, I also didn't have any more sticks? No, I definitely have more sticks. I just didn't have any on me. Okay. It is this. Boom. Boom. And boom. And then this. 3, 4. Man, that really does take it out of the saw. Jesus. Okay, and then this is needed for a large wooden gear. Requires an axle. These, and then 3, 4, 5, and 6. Large wooden gear. Cool. Okay, let me put this back in its holder. Put my sticks over there. So if I come up here, can a large wooden gear be put on its side? Do you know, Stump? I do not. I don't know. That was not enough. Okay. Okay. Can I just... No, block is in way. Whoa! Okay! Let's use this for right now. Or... I'm on the side of this right now. Okay. There. One more over, and I think... Is that big enough? Yes. But I am in the way. Angled gear. There's that. Does that? Will that? I hope so. I think my one angled gear fell all the way down here. Did it? It looks like it did. No, that was just an axle. Okay, I need to make another angled gear then. I need to make 2, actually. Okay, here... Here... I don't have my sticks on me. Great. That. There. My lump of fats. This. 2. Hammer. Okay. So if I go up, actually, if I'm going to do it this way, I should just go ahead and do it this way. Alright. Now let me... F7, waypoint manager, sort by distance. Delete that death. Delete that death. Or not. Okay. Delete death waypoint. Delete death waypoint. Delete death waypoint. Axles here. All right. We're going to assume there needs to be attached to a block. Okay, we'll attach it to this one. Do this. This will work, right? Yes! Yes, it will! Ha 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 ha! Color me surprised. This is slow as hell. Then again, it's not very windy. Yes! Probably not the correct direction that I should have been doing it. But yes, it's working! Okay, toss one more coal in there. Yeah, that'll bring it back up to temp. Do this. I'll grab 3 of these guys. There's 8 on there at the moment. Yeah, there's 8 sails on there at the moment. And I don't have, like, a whole lot more flax at the moment. The most I have is, the stuff that's growing in here right now. And then this guy sells linen. Like actual linens. He has 5 more, but I don't have enough copper ingots to give him right now. I will, however, if I put more into here. It's down here. There we go. Boom. Sort. Let me grab some more food real quick. Slightly spoiled food, but you know what? It is still food. Okay. Grab the empty crock. Boom. Let me put that one there. Boom, boom, and boom. Okay. Whew. Okay. Will Hellhammer extensions do this for me? Let's find out. I don't think it will. Okay. Yeah, let me make this saw then. Okay. We'll move up. And jump, apparently. Okay, here we go. And we'll move up. These over. Down. And I will probably find a way to make that into a plate or something. These two need to be moved up. Over. See them, please. Thank you. There we go. Now the rest is just splitting everything off. Okay. Whew. Boom! That's my first tin. That's my first bronze tool. Besides the Hellhammer. There we go. And then these guys can just be turned into a plate. Where is it? Plate. Tin, bronze, bronze, plate. What is it used for? That. Archimedes screws. Can be used for a pulverizer toggle. Tin bronze chest. Huge chest. Let's go. Copper chest. Requires a normal chest and a copper plate. Okay. And if I go to sleep right now, that'll probably end up going all the way through. I have a bunch of flax grain at the moment, but I should probably make that trap that I've been talking about for those chickens. When is this going bad? 2.3 days. Okay. Yeah, these have almost years. Oh, up here. Yeah. Significantly longer. Take that. Take this. I can't take that because of this in my hand. Take these. Alright. Put this in here. Bunch of dough. Or a bunch of this. Okay. And then... there we go. Yeah, making the fruit dough with expanded foods, I think is the name of the mod. Infinitely better. It's so good. 6666. Yeah. It's in here. That these ones are also in here. All right. Oh, that is not the right. All right. Whew. Love how my stability is rocking back and forth. That's amazing. All right. Last 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 4. Okay. Enough to make some real good dough. And once that I can disconnect that hell hammer and connect my quern up to that as well, which is going to make that infinitely better. Okay. Let me empty out my inventory a little bit. Okay. We'll dump this in here. Resin will go here for right now. Sort. Grain's not perfect in there. I'll put the dough in here. I can put these. No, I need to grind those with the quern. Put that there. My charcoal can go there. And my boards can go down here. Extra axles can go there. Sort, and I haven't done anything to this side. Okay. There are my extra ladders. Okay. Bedtime. Swap over to the Kopish. Yeah. So, I really need to get back to mining that, cellar that I have. Okay. Boom, boom, and that out there is probably cold as hell. Yeah. Too cold to work. Take this. If I get a stick. Yeah, stick. Make my saw. For right now, you get to live there. Do I even have health hammer extensions in here? I do. I just don't remember what's needed for it. Mods. Let's find out. List of mods. Health. Hammer extensions. More than just plates and ingots. All workable. Okay. I need to go into the mod config. That's why. Mod config, Hellhammer extent. True. And I'll just do one. Because I want to be special. Back. Okay. So that won't take place until the next, restart. Did I really separate coal? I did. I am very smart. Okay. There's that. Place this over here for right now. And I don't have a torch to ignite it with. That's great. Cool. There we go. Alright, that'll warm up. My thing is down over here. Okay. Pick that up. Here. Let me put one on the ceiling. There. Alright. I'm going to mine out these two.
Boo.
Woo. What's up, Sean?
Doing college stuff. Decided to pop in.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Playing game. You're still very down. There we go. Fix you up. There you go. Now you're loud. Yeah, I'm playing a game. I'm streaming it right now. Yeah, cellar work. Making literally a cellar. That's what I'm doing.
Cool.
Yeah, how's college been?
It's been going pretty well. Just got done with 1,000-page essay I had to write.
Jesus.
Only took like half an hour.
I mean, yeah.
Luckily, it was on something very broad like diversity and inclusion. Basically asked like if I was theoretically an executive producer, not a producer, executive director of a company,
Yeah.
and I wanted to make a training program to combat like to foster like a better
Anti-progressiveness.
yeah. And so I simply just made alright, I identify microaggressions, things that we don't outwardly say,
Yep.
and then make team building exercises where I'll reprimand people that say stuff like, "Hey, we should let Linda do the work." Saying that like Linda should do like the math side of a team building exercise because she's Asian.
Yeah. Just literally
And it's-
the opposite of what you should say.
Yeah, and instead, like, let's say Linda performs the exercise, like performs that part of it. Like, there shouldn't be any like allure to the fact that she's Asian. It should just be like, "Damn, you smart."
Yeah.
So then they create the habit of, all right, we're not going to like equate each other based on our origin. We equate it based on our work.
Yeah.
because like I don't really care about I'm not gonna do like super culture appreciation because that wasn't the assignment. It was how do we make a better workplace?
Yeah.
Because in the workplace, there is no race, there is no gender. It is do the work.
Work.
Just do it, and you get paid.
Pretty much.
And then I had to write a cohesive introductory paragraph with a collection of sentences and write a thesis. It was like, yeah, there's this guy named King Henry, kind of a cool, like, interesting person, tyrannical, had health issues, had like 6 wives, had 2 beheaded. Although, like, after his 3rd one died, he became like really close friends with like this jester.
Mm-hmm.
And I took that as, all right, all these different aspects show that there's more to this man than just he was a tyrannical bastard.
Yeah. I mean,
Which is a
mind you,
very
he
strong
was
thesis.
still a tyrannical bastard.
Yeah, it's just there's more to his character. Because if you just talk about what's obvious, then that's not interesting.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up here? Okay. Making
Where's
a
Flynn?
large cellar at the moment.
Ooh.
Yeah.
In Minecraft?
In Vintage Story.
The fuck is that?
4, 5. It's a game that I've been enjoying. If you
Alrighty.
pop over to the stream real quick, you can check it out if you want. Alright. From here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I've pretty much just made my workstation my my living room chair. I got an extender for my computer cord, and I've just been sitting here with a blanket wrapped around me.
Nice. That's 4,
I also made a very interesting discovery.
5. What?
So my favorite Food Lion drink brands are Rip Roaring Fruit Punch, Green Apple, and Blueberry.
Okay.
So I've already gone through like the Green Apple and Blueberry, and so I got my Fruit Punch out because I was eating dinner. I wanted something to wash down the air fried potatoes, yeah, stuff like that. And I took a sip of it. I was like, oh, why does this taste like Jello? Oh, this is strawberry.
3, 4, 5.
Like,
That makes sense.
Thinking, like, wait a minute, this doesn't taste like fruit punch. Because I think what happened is like strawberry and fruit punch are both red, and I didn't look at what I was buying because it was like, all right, 2-liter bottle, give me. It's 96 cents. I didn't even think about it.
Dude, I taught some of my coworkers that some of the monsters look different than how they would think. Because my favorite flavors of monsters are all the juice ones.
Ah.
Yeah. And those do not look how you would think they would look if you pour them out of the can.
Oh, it's those types of ones.
Yeah. So one of
It's
my
like
favorites
you have a green bottle, but it pours blue.
Yeah, one of my favorite ones at the moment is the fruit punch flavor.
What's the color?
So the color of the can is pink.
Yeah, that
But if you
sounds
pour it
right.
out, it is like a peachy orange.
Huh? Orange?
Yeah.
But fruit punch red.
But yeah. No, that's the pipeline punch. That's the red one.
Have you had like a regular monster? I've had one once and I never want to have one again.
I have. It's alright.
They just have too much energy.
Dude.
And, like,
One of my
it
coworkers...
makes me sound like an old man.
Dude, one of my coworkers drinks them like water.
No, that's impossible. That's like shoveling sugar into your system.
Yeah, he once brought like he bought an entire case of it and brought it to work and put it in the walk-in.
Like, I drank the purple one and it damn near gave me a heart attack. I felt like I was literally drinking poison. I can't just shovel that in. I never want to have that again.
Yeah, one of my favorite ones that sadly the Food Lion here doesn't have anymore is the ginger one. It tastes like ginger ale. And it burns like ginger ale. It
That's
is
just normal
really good.
Ginger ale. Oh, it's good.
Yeah, it's a good monster.
Just they have too much energy for me, and my family does have a history of heart attacks, so I don't want to test fate.
Yeah, don't tempt fate with that.
I have a lot of good luck. I steal it from my best friend. However, I don't want to play with God.
Yeah.
My absolute favorite drink of all time. It's not like Sprite, Coke, or Pepsi. You ever heard of sparkling ice?
I feel like I have.
It's it's a carbonated drink that doesn't have any caffeine.
Okay.
It's in these it's just pretty expensive, unfortunately. If it wasn't, I'd be buying a pack of them each week.
Yeah.
And like there's a bunch of flavors like orange, peach, lemon, lime. It's basically just like Sprite, but you don't feel like as much of a dipshit. It's just like bottles that you could like absolutely chug down.
Nice.
Like to put into words, that guy that drinks Monster like water, I drink sparkling ice like water.
Okay.
Is my absolutely favorite drink, and I'm very sad that I'm not gonna get to drink it for a while.
Yeah.
Because damn, like, give me a second. What's like a pack of 15 bottles worth? Because I remember it was pretty big. Sparkling ice. It's like. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 8, 12. It's like $10 for 16 bottles.
Jeez.
Yeah. But it tastes so good!
And that's like not a good couple of bottles. That's not like small
Yeah.
bottles or like big bottles. Those are small ones.
Oh, no. They are giant fucking bottles, which I guess makes up for it. Give me a second. I got a picture.
Yeah, fluid ounces, man. How many?
Fluid ounces. 17.
Yeah, that's decent.
I can give you a picture of what the bottles look like. Where's... Where did I put it? Some places here. You know, I'm gonna put it in memes.
In my Discord. I was like, oh no, don't send it in the.
Yeah, I'm gonna put another one.
Yeah. Oh,
Another
dude,
one.
yeah, those are good. Why?
They're so good.
You didn't need to send it 3 times.
You know what? 2 more.
Honestly, that's funnier than what I could think of. Honestly, that's just a meme now. Okay.
It's so good. It's such a good drink, but I go through it too quickly. It's like whenever you get like a McDonald's burger, like you know it's not good for you, but God, it's just so good to rip into.
It's good if you're really hungry. I've been spoiled by my work, man. We have actually good burgers.
Ooh. How much are they?
I forget. I mean, I work at a Red Robin, man.
Okay, so I just look up Red Robin prices, because...
Yeah.
Okay, probably not the best to compare, but... I went to the mess hall recently. I haven't really been there and gotten to, like, an actual meal there in a year.
Yeah.
Because now, I eat real food.
Yeah. Like, you actually go home and make yourself something.
Yeah, I feel good about myself, bro. And so last year, a burger was like $4.50, let's say, like
Yeah.
around like $5. Not the worst. And then
Not
you
the
get a few
worst, could be
fries,
worse.
and then you have a $7 lunch. Boom. Not the worst. I got a cheeseburger and fries, and it costed me 10 fucking bucks.
Jesus.
They raised their right. That's as much as like a third of a thing of gas.
Yeah, it's also the amount of like a decent fast food meal for.
Like I didn't have any other options because like it was 2 p.m. I didn't have the time to drive all the way to like a McDonald's or anything like that, and
Yeah.
I woke up so late that I couldn't really like go back home. Like I didn't get to like prepare a peanut butter jelly sandwich. And so I was like, you know what? I'll go to the mess hall. It could be the worst. And then
it got worse.
Yeah, and the worst part is that like people usually have like a 1,400 like food budget for each semester.
Mm-hmm.
And so like it coupled with the fact that some of the mess halls are just simply like
not good.
No, not. They're like fine. They're like manageable. I mean, it's not good for you, but it gets the job done.
Yeah, they're better than nothing.
But they've gone to a all-you-can-eat model where you pay an upfront price and go for it.
Ooh.
At lunchtime, it's $10. At
I mean,
dinner,
that's not bad.
it's 12.
But it takes you a lot to eat that much worth of food.
Yeah, that's if someone's only like way of eating was the mess hall, that's $22 per day.
Yeah, at least.
Because I mean, you don't really get a lot of space to make stuff in like the dorms. Like if you put all of your shit like from Walmart in the dorms, like in the dorm fucking fridge, because you're not really allowed to have a real fridge, it's just gonna get fucking used and stolen.
Mm-hmm.
Luckily, I didn't have too much of that problem. But like, damn, it's so expensive. It used to be manageable last year.
And then it just got worse.
Like the worst part is like, there's some kids that, there's one mess hall. Like of course the one that I was always near.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one that ended up like half going to like the all-you-can-eat model, but there's still like the regular mess hall treatment. But it sucks because like all the ones with all you can eat, they're the ones that have pizza, and I don't want to have to take $10 to get a fucking few slices of pizza.
Yeah.
I'd rather just fucking drive all the way to Hungry Howie's and get like a nice pizza for $7.
Yeah.
Cause oh my god, okay, can we talk about Hungry Howie's? Have you ever been to a Hungry Howie's?
I have not.
Oh my god, they have a thing called a cheeseburger pizza, and it's one of the best pizzas I've ever had.
I'm glad it was good for you, man. One of the burgers that I've had that was like really good was I think a fried cheese burger like a fried cheeseburger from Logan's.
Ooh. Fried. That sounds really good.
At least I think that's what it was called. Yeah. Fried cheese and bacon.
Tomorrow, me and the buddy that I usually like cook with.
Mm-hmm.
French fries aren't hard. Just get like a bag of them and throw them into the like oven or air fryer.
Yeah.
But we're gonna figure out how to make not grilled chicken, fried chicken.
Yeah, Sean, I'm sending this in the Discord. That's the fucking burger.
Oh.
Like,
sorry, I went full Peter Griffin. My fatness came out.
Like, you can understand.
Oh, the McDonald's looks like fucking the baby drawings compared to that.
Like, you can understand.
Oh, you're so spoiled.
That's not from my work. I've had this burger once, and it made that much of an impression on me.
You go to
Like-
Red Robin. How are the prices there?
I don't know. Mostly
don't know.
because the reason I don't know is because I get
Oh, you
a
get free food from them.
I get a free meal every single shift that I work. So it
That
doesn't.
sounds pretty good.
Yeah, free food is the best food.
I love that type of food.
Yeah, it's my favorite.
It's like whenever somebody orders pizza for everybody, that's the
Mhm.
best pizza in the fucking universe.
Oh yeah.
And luckily for my buddies, I'm not gonna have to order pizza this weekend.
Yeah, so let me show you. Let me tell you the difference between putting stuff into a cellar in this game and not. So I just put some grain into a copper vessel, and it's keeping fresh for 6.3 years. In my inventory, it's fresh for 88 days.
Okay, I'm looking up Red Robin menu because now I'm fixating on this.
Yeah, the burger I get a whole lot is
Oh,
the turkey burger. Yeah, it's not
Whoa.
fast food, it is sit down and eat food.
oh yeah, that's right. All right. However, for a burger and fries, $11.29. Like that is like a sit-down price.
Yeah, and they are $6 fries. Or not $6, 6-ounce patties.
Yeah, mess hall is not sit down. It's fucking trash.
Where did I put my candle? There it is.
You know, how much is a McDonald's burger? Cause I like their stuff. I know it's like Fat Guy Central.
Mm-hmm.
Like you could easily spot like 4 fat guys at once in there, including me.
Powdered quartz. Overview.
How much is a Big Mac?
Here.
Alright,
Quartz.
dude.
Can I
Price.
get clear quartz?
Give me the fucking price, you clown company.
Okay.
Give me the fucking price. How much Big Mac?
I am no longer asking.
No, you're fucking kidding me.
Where fire?
No,
where's
that's
my
ridiculous.
fire clay? What?
A Big Mac is $4.
How do you make a bloomery in this game?
And you're
Bloomery.
saying that
Fire clay
I
bricks.
want to bring wrath upon my mess hall.
I want to break free.
I want to ride my
break free.
bicycle.
Ho!
This seriously,
break.
like a burger and fries at McDonald's is so fucking cheap. Why is my mess hall? I hate college.
Because fuck you. That's why.
It's engineered to steal our money.
Oh, I can make a wooden.
In fact, I could have gotten like 2 burgers and a fry for like the fucking price I paid.
Oof.
Like at McDonald's.
Yeah, no, that sucks ass, man. Jesus.
Yeah, whenever like I'm probably one of the most frugal people you'll ever meet. Like despite coming from a pretty well-off family, I still like to be very frugal.
Yeah. And then there's me. I just don't spend my money. Just like at all.
How do you do
So
spend it to survive?
that's pretty frugal.
Like whenever I hear like $30, I'm like, okay, so this price tag is meaning that this product is as good as Shovel Knight.
Yeah.
Like that's how my brain like equates things. I like comparing things.
That's actually kind of funny. I hope you know this. Where the fuck
So
do
if
I
I
have my
see
fire clay?
a $30
What?
meal for so some restaurant, I'm expecting this experience to be as good as Shovel Knight.
Hmm. Is my fire clay over that way? Is that where I put it? Sorry, I'm currently having a small existential crisis on where
You are.
some of my materials are.
It's fine. I'm just hyper fixating on burgers because I'm fat.
Yeah, I feel that. Crate.
I'm pretty much just gonna be up till 2 a.m. Getting as much work as I can done before I have to go to bed.
Mm.
Because I just want to get this done, so I don't have to worry about this weekend. Because I have a calc test on Monday, and I have bigger fish to fry.
Yeah, I feel that.
Speaking of fried chicken.
Chicken.
Tricky recipe. Because I have a bunch of chicken thighs.
Yeah.
I got this crazy ass deal to get 10 entire chicken thighs for like $5.59.
Ooh.
I love Food Line.
It's honestly really good.
I even got the same deal for like, okay, I got like 5 entire pork chops, like full bone pork chops, for same price,
Dang.
which is so worth it.
That is
Because
worth.
normal packs are like, yeah, spend like $8, dumbass, to get 2 pork chops. Yeah, cry.
Cry, you little piss baby.
Yeah, I'm glad that I don't need to spend extra money for dinner tonight, because
Oh, my fire
what I
clay's
did
down
is
this way. Okay.
what I did was I made pork chops on Monday. What did I do Tuesday?
Who knows?
Right. What did I do? I don't remember what I made Tuesday. I just didn't eat dinner on Wednesday, and then I had pork chops again today.
Yeah, I've been.
Because I got too hung up on cleaning my kitchen, I forgot to eat. Luckily, I had donuts.
I've been doing 2 meals a day for the last couple of days, or
That's
like the
my
last
life.
couple of weeks. I mean, I haven't been doing it on purpose, but also kind of doing it on purpose. You know?
I need to get back into like the spin of like, eating cereal in the morning to like start off my day, so I'm like focused, I have the energy to do shit.
So I have to eat something in the morning to take my pills. Otherwise, I literally will throw up later that day.
Does not sound good.
No, it is not.
God, I just need to get more cereal. I'm a fucking retard. Wait, I'm not supposed to say slurs on stream. Shit! I'm a fool! I also probably shouldn't yell them when my windows are completely open.
You really shouldn't. You also probably shouldn't sing them when your windows are wide open.
I don't do that. Was I singing?
Yeah, you like did it in a melodic tune, my guy.
Somehow people still can't hear me. These walls are made of magnesium.
That or they just don't say anything.
I asked them, like, I went over to my neighbors and said, hey, do you have problems with me? And they said, no, I've never heard your voice before.
Ah.
They hear my footsteps, but, well, they're not going to do anything about that.
They really can't, unless you, like, unless they try and get you evicted, and if they're good neighbors, they don't do that?
Well, I mean, it was 2 white chicks, so I don't know what my chances are.
Ah. So it's a 50-50 then.
I shouldn't say that on stream. Maybe the others were right. Wait, maybe I am evil.
Oh yeah, how have you liked our the shitbox squad sessions?
You guys are fucking evil. Oh.
Yeah.
Like, I remember you guys like dogging on R7. I'm like, You all are evil. This is underground.
but we're not that fucking evil.
All of you glassed the planet.
No, I glassed half my family. And it
Is
was
that
not
scary?
intentional.
The lives are gone.
Dude, we literally last session, I went to see where they were, found out that they got turned into hyperglass, and then it broke down to hyper sand, and now I have the ability to make 4 bombs out of my dead family. Because that's how they would want to be used. Because it's a bunch of fucking Jawas.
Like, yeah, I know R7 might be a little bit more evil, but all of you are just... None of your characters are good people.
Okay, mine is actually trying to be a good person.
You're failing, Anakin.
I'm not failing that badly.
You glassed your family.
I mean, yeah, but like not on purpose.
Sorry, they're accidentally not alive anymore.
They're
Can't take
alive.
that fucking...
Half of my family is still alive.
It's been fun to like listen in on. I just thought that like the fact you got like some of your characters were having a moral high ground was just really funny.
Yeah.
Because like now Big Cam has to decide, alrighty, do I let my wife die of cancer or do I ruin someone's life, force them to give birth, and then have my wife take over their life?
Yeah. It's like, do I want to do this?
Because
Like-
yeah, like wouldn't
Really?
the person like Big Cam chooses to like replace his wife's body, wouldn't they have to like give birth?
Yeah. Yeah. Wait, no.
Hey.
No, her body becomes lifeless.
Oh, so the baby just dies.
Yeah.
That's much worse. Wait, oh my god.
You gotta pick one or the other, and
One
soon
or
your
the other.
life or
One
daughter
or
won't
the
be
other.
No. Andrew, you didn't let me finish. You just gotta pick one or the other, and soon one of them won't make it on the floor.
And then like there's what was his name? There's Varin, like he has this fucking like soul sucking thing now, where he just like he looks at a group of people and goes, and they die.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he hasn't been on for like Damon hasn't joined the session in like 2
Yeah.
weeks, so
That's not the point. He's fucking evil.
yeah, and Tetris,
Fucking assassin. He kills people.
wait, what are we talking about? I just joined.
It was just I found it really funny that like, and I know you're probably going to immediately snap at me for this. I thought it was really funny that all the other characters had a moral high ground against R7, even though everybody's fucking evil. And then I'm about to hear Dakota go, but actually,
Oh, Sean, you want to know something funny though?
all right, it's coming.
R7 got a new body.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I know.
He forgot he
Dude.
was flesh and bone for a little bit. It was funny.
But he's using it to absolve him of everything he's done. He's effectively using it as a new,
A literal new start on
Person.
life.
I would have been.
So yeah, all of those children slaves, all of those allies that he had, yeah, they're just abandoned now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's some grade A bullshit.
Also, Sean, I
Yeah.
would not recommend watching the VOD for this stream, because I do lore dump on Andrew about my D&D campaign.
Well, I didn't watch him anyway.
Yeah, he lore dumped about the animals. The magic animals.
I was going to say, yeah, you know what? Just blurt it out and totally ruin it. Come on, man. I believe in you.
I was about to say something as a joke, and then realized, wait, no, that's like actually what he has planned. Oops.
Yeah, I'm really excited to play more as Charles because I'm running like a strength intelligence build where I'm using my gadgets to help me in combat.
Okay.
I think I'm going a grappler route. Yeah, I'm a 5-foot vervet monkey that has like turbines in his jacket. And his tail could spin to fly, and I can grapple people.
Yeah, let me see if I can send you my character sheet for late pin. Because my god.
Oh, Sean.
Oh yeah, Dakota, there was just like a half an hour where we were hyper fixating on burgers.
Yeah.
Nice. Oh, Sean, so I let Michael allow me to create a homebrew weapon.
Oh boy, he
Oh,
doesn't
yeah.
know what
I forgot about
he doesn't
that.
know what he's wrought. He doesn't know what he's wrought.
So, Sean, you know what wrist sabers are, right?
Jesus Christ, what have you done?
So wrist sabers are like lightsabers that are kind of like jet out of your wrist. They're like punchy things, right? That's already canon. And then there's Shoto sabers, which are really short lightsabers, right? So what I told Michael is, hey, I have 2 wrist sabers and 2 Shoto sabers that I got legitimately. It's not like Michael just gave them to me. I got them through actual dedication, like over the course of like a lot of sessions. So
Yeah,
what
he
I'm
actually
doing is
did.
I have 2 wrist sabers, one on each arm, and then I reverse grip the Shoto sabers, one in each hand, which I like to call the Shoto sides. Well, no, Shoto sickle.
Sean, I just sent you the PDF of my character.
So Sean, imagine being able to punch and then slash somebody at the same time.
And that's what Tetris can do now.
So yeah, so the wrist sabers do 1d6 and the Shotos do 1d4. So I told Michael, hey, with this combination, can they just do a d8? And he said, sure. So now I'm dual wielding these Shoto sickles, I say in quotes. And so that means that I can 2-weapon fighting d8s. But then again, that's at the sacrifice of not being able to stealth.
Yeah. Yeah, Sean,
Yeah,
I just
the
want
lightsaber is pretty loud.
Yeah, I just want you to look at like the stats and some of the things that late pin can do, because what the fuck?
Though fortunately, this campaign's mostly roleplay.
Thankfully.
I think
I've
it's
noticed
been like
that...
what, 3 sessions since our last combat?
2.
I think it's because Michael...
Yeah, not
having a little
last
bit of...
session, but the session before was combat for me.
I think it's because Michael's strength is definitely not combat. I think he's really good at world building and like
he really is
setting up environments. He is very shit at combat.
And
hey Sean, what's my stream?
I don't know. NPCs.
NPCs?
Yes, they're very fun to interact with.
Meanwhile, I literally just don't have a strength.
I'd say my strength is fights. I definitely have a lot of fun with scenery and just keeping the flow going to keep it interesting.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Sean, my strength is scenery. Me a few sessions ago, Sean, you gotta step up your scenery game. But yeah, Sean, I actually decided to flesh out what each sector looks like.
That's good.
I even used an AI art generator to get some images.
Yeah, I've never been good at like trying. I've never been very good at details. I've been trying to get better, especially with the last island the party went to.
Also, Sean, I realized something.
What is it?
You guys have only ever really like known one location. Like you guys at one point were inside of Outer Town, which is like Outer City, which is like the main city. But that was only like what, session 0 and session 1?
Yeah.
Other than that, all your missions have been in the red light district. So I'm actually gonna have some missions that are gonna send you out to Druid Cove and
I'm just dumb.
like
That's why.
Outer City and stuff like that.
That'd be fun. Yeah, I think like
If not-
one of your only weaknesses is that you have a trouble getting the story going, I think. Like you could set up like these great environments with all these like cool NPCs and have some very cool fights. It's just having a focused story I think is very hard for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I've resorted to writing down arcs, like keeping notes and writing down the arcs. So like I have a little tab for everybody and what they're currently doing, and then I have an overall party arc like focus. Not like I'm writing what I want to happen, more like what's currently going on.
All I really
Yeah.
do is I have cliff notes. Like I'll give an example for the last arc you just went on, which was the Psycho Crazy arc. You guys went to this island with like Kalashtar, Hindu, kind of like mishmash of cultures, with these like forestry environments with these like hollow tree tunnels that these Kalashtar these psychic powers to go through.
Yeah.
And all the cliff notes I really had was okay, Berserk Child, Fight Mind Flares, Mountain, Elder Chem Relate. Boom, that was it. Everything else was just improv.
Yeah, you can do
Yeah,
some.
like for example, I wrote down what happened to 39 last session, where 64 was basically calling him a failure since apparently, according to him, he's the only failure that came out of those dinosaur experiments. Which is actually a thing that I'm hoping he focuses on.
It'd probably help, but like honestly, like I didn't want to steal away from his moment, but I really just wanted to say, well, man, you're the one that's dying. I wouldn't really call it you. I wouldn't really call him the failure.
Yeah, but and like, okay, hold on, let me open up my notes. Cause Sean, okay, I kind of really need to re-explain this, because I felt like I did myself really dirty. So, say a one skull mission would be a 2-star mission, okay?
You did not explain that well.
I know. So like a 1-star mission is like a half a skull mission. The only difference is that skull missions are not only technically more dangerous, like fighting wise, but I'm gonna be real with you, are story related.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. It's just that we almost died to a 4-star.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like let's say we take on a 2-skull mission, which are supposed to be inherently strong. Like
They're basically it would have been that 4-star mission on hard mode.
yeah, that's why like even with like this information, I think Charles would still be like, all right, let's not deal with any skulls until we could like do a 5-star mission. Or 6.
Yeah, and I respect that. That's why I'm letting you guys go along with it, and I'm sprinkling in story, not dumping it on you like the skull missions are.
See, sometimes I can make characters that make smart decisions. I'm not always insane.
Also, Sean, you remember the board manager that I like tried to do roleplay with and it just didn't work?
Who was that?
I never gave them a name. That's why it didn't work. So I find my name, then I know exactly what they are right now. So the name is Meow. They're board manager. They're board with cybernetic legs and a cowboy hat.
And they have a southern twang now.
And they're good. Like, hi y'all. What mission are you doing today?
I still think whenever I go back to actually be with Elizabeth, it's gonna be really awkward because now I am like double her height.
Yeah. Also, I gave names to the biology master and magic master as well.
Oh, that's smart.
So the biology master's name is Emos. Like E, comma, Moss. His description is biology master and chaos enthusiast.
Funny enough, I think I might be going down the biology route with Elder Cameron now.
I think what you did was a
little-
one-off mistake. I'm really hoping that Like, if you want to, I wouldn't mind. I am hoping that everybody at least experiences one of every.
Let's do.
Because, Sean, you see, the Magic Masters don't
Mud.
just bestoweth upon you magic.
Mm-hmm.
They can give you
Gameplay.
just buffs, like mission-long buffs.
Yeah, and I think my plan, just for like, eventually I'll go back to tinkering, but most of these engagements seem very like physically oriented. So it's very logical to, all right, build up these skills before going back to my tinkering.
Yeah,
Because
I
my
think
tinkering is
best-
already really powerful. I can fucking fly and boost 3 times my speed.
Yeah, I think my best encounter though was whenever you guys were breaking out other animals
Cool.
where Eli was
Mudbrick.
being kept, because it was both you had to be intelligent about it, and you eventually had combat.
I think something you
don't
should
need to say
focus
it.
on is that like me and Michael are fast. We are fast creatures. So instead of just all right, they have to keep up, maybe make a situation where alrighty, maybe like
now
we
you need
run
to
into
slow down.
I wasn't gonna say that. Because if you make us slow down, then the thing we're really good at goes out the window. What if like you have an encounter where like the big bad we're actually facing shows up at the beginning, and so Eli and Cameron hold them off while me and Michael just go around as fast as we can.
So Sean, I actually have 2 encounters that are really late game, like boss material later down the line that is going to rely on your guys' speed. But I'll try and think of some encounters where your speed could be very useful. Maybe like, what if you guys go into a... This is just an idea that I'm spitballing at you. What if you guys enter a facility and at some point, like, as you guys are sneaking around, just an automated system of conveyor belts turns on and you guys are on top of them.
Yeah, like you
So you
should
guys
put us
have
into
to
environments where you go.
So you guys have to contest not only with your own running speed, but the speed of the conveyor belts moving.
Mm.
Yeah, you should put. I try to put situations in Sea of Mana where obviously people like Champ and Monsoon are going to excel because, well, they're the melees. But I also like having situations where without your help, they'd be in a lot more trouble. Like when Cameron was, even though he was like a bunch of speed in the air, he still like half the payload that Monsoon had to deal with.
Yeah. Or like whenever Eli was getting battered, so I Randy Orton from the top rope.
Dude, that was such a... Okay, so for context, Andrew,
Yeah.
this is a pirate crew. And they got invaded by another pirate crew. And Eli's character, a very small goblin that plays music to distract their enemies,
Yeah.
got cornered by one of the leaders of this pirate crew. And so, Dakota's character, without hesitation, climbed to the crow's nest, glided a little bit, and then plummeted 20 feet directly down onto this bastard, sending him through the entirety of the pirate ship into the ocean.
Jesus. Yeah, no,
It
that,
did
that
break
seems
all
worth.
of her ribs at once, though.
That seems worth.
Yeah, it was completely weird. But yeah, Sean, I even have... So, Sean, I'm gonna be real. I don't know what I want to do with Eli's character.
So the thing I've been kind of doing, because we're essentially DMing very similar characters of Eli.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, they're literally both flex casters, or technically charisma casters.
I think something you should do is... I'm trying to think. I do have a plan for Eli's family in Sea of Mana. It's a bit of more of a background thing.
Yeah.
But Reginaldo is a great replacement that I try to sprinkle in from time to time.
I'm gonna be
And
real,
yeah.
and I'm saying this on stream, with the possibility Eli's watching it. Eli really puts on a mask a lot, even with their D&D characters.
Yeah.
Which not only isn't healthy, but really causes the roleplay of a D&D character to be tainted.
Mm-hmm.
That's one way to describe it.
Like
That's why,
Sean,
like, Sorry.
You know, like whenever I just play a character that I think is funny, it doesn't work out. But whenever I like inch its and bits and pieces of a character, of myself into a character, that's whenever they really excel.
Mm-hmm.
Like even with you, I can tell that Charles is trying to be your more kind of like, all right, let's think, let's get things done, let's go about this a certain way, right?
Yeah. Although
Like,
I'm not being as much of
especially
a bitch about it as I was with Alfred.
Yeah, no, what I see Charles as is how you really face your schoolwork. Like, you don't really see it as a chore, but you know that you have to do something, or else it's just
Yeah.
not going to work out.
Yeah, I just like to, even though I'm a very organized person, I like organizing tasks.
Yeah,
I feel that.
and I noticed that especially with Charles, because he'll be like, okay, we need to do this, this, and this. This would be the best option in this scenario right now while he's in the middle of combat.
Yeah, I was like, okay, we're in a situation where this guy can fucking fly. I'm the only other guy that can fly. Marco does have like air mobility. The Eli can fly, but very slow, and 39 is a fat fuck.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
wait,
don't
no,
know
he's not
why
fat.
Michael just was like, oh, I can't get up there. Wait, no, he was up there. He was just grappled. That's right.
And so I said, I'll bring you down to the ground with me.
Hey, Sean. Sean, I want you to think of something. You could
What?
add a rope. You could add a rope attachment to your tail and get extended grapple.
Thank you. I might put that on the back burner though, because I'm gonna be honest. I think what I want for Charles is he is not going to be doing just straight up damage. He's an intelligence grappler,
Yeah.
a very unique build.
Yeah. And then what the
Yes.
fuck is Lula?
Lula is like movement utility, no movement support, because you don't really do damage, but you treat the battlefield like a game, like a chessboard. Where all right,
Yeah.
I'm gonna
She
make this
moves
methodical
people.
move while having fun.
Yeah. Literally all she ever does is moves people.
Yeah,
She doesn't do any
Move.
direct damage.
that's
I
Champ's
think
job.
all
Like,
of her. I
Champ
think
is
all
the
of her.
immovable wall.
I think all of her KOs have been from movement and fall damage.
They have, and I've let you do it because that's fun, and I want to foster fun. Because I could have given every single one of those mind flares a 71 health bar, but no.
No.
Plus, I don't
like
think
having-
we would have survived that encounter.
Like, I want to have fun in my circle. Normal 5e fights are so boring. They're awful. They center around doing more damage, not creativity.
Well, sometimes there's creativity.
Yeah, sometimes, but that's not the main focus.
Yeah.
And a lot of the times, the only creativity you can have in 5e is if the DM sets it up with the environment.
Yeah.
I've helped foster I'll tell you what all the players could do. So Ed is a complete grappler. He can stand his ground and grab people, as well as like hit people with his trident. Not only
Okay.
that, but he can jump. He now has his key, and that plays a factor. He has a lot of not only movement abilities, but like restraining people. Damien, yeah, he does most of the damage, but he can also move. He can dash across the battlefield. He can wrap up people with his kunai, like rope swords or whatever. He has basically kunais on ropes.
Okay.
He also has scimitars. It's so cool. And then there's Elder Cameron. He's an alchemist who has psychic powers. He's able to lay down traps across the battlefield and even synergize with other people. As I
Yeah.
said before, there was a situation where Monsoon was facing 6 fucking mind flares with only Lula, Dakota's character, and an NPC at his side. And so Elder Cameron threw a fog and alchemy mixture, and then Damien lit it up with his scimitars, creating a spark that dealt with 3 of the mind flares. That's a cool fucking move.
That is.
I don't care if it did jack shit damage. That was cool, so it worked. Or a tag team where Eli is a distraction device. They can play songs and spells that can distract opponents and buff their allies. they had to calm down a berserk child that could throw boulders at people. Yeah, don't worry about it. And so
Yeah, don't
while
question that.
Ed was pushing through the psychic force field, Eli was calming down the child so Ed could get in and grab, solving the situation.
Yeah.
And yeah, as I said before, there's Dakota's character, Lula. Fucking jumps around like a madman. Can launch into the sky because they can jump really high, can climb walls. Rue moves really fast, has a grapple shot, has like a fucking gliding bow.
Yeah. I get that.
They can literally
Nice.
grapple people with a fucking crossbow.
Oh, and
Mm.
her recent thing added to her collection is a wide barrel blunderbuss that can fire out canisters of Elder Cameron's mixtures.
Ooh. That's sick.
In a normal 5e environment, this party would be fucking murdered.
Yeah.
Like, maybe if they use their strategy, they could survive a normal level 5 encounter, but that's because level 5 encounters have inflated health.
Yeah, then that's like the only thing.
Like, that's
Also,
why I got
just really-
so tired of it. Because nobody was having fun in the battles, because it was just roll to hit, roll to hit.
Yeah, the biggest thing with 5e is that there's not a lot of cool things that you can do in the middle of battle.
Like, why can't I make my own weapons? Why isn't that, like, a normal thing? Why can't I don't know, like,
Why is
make
that
alchemy
relegated
stuff?
to only a single class?
Right?
And
that should
even
just
then,
be a normal thing
And
to
even
learn.
then, Artificer isn't really a make your own weapon class. It's a here's a handful of skills you learn.
Yeah.
Like build funnies. Like I had to literally homebrew the artillerist, so that way I could actually build a weapon that I wanted. I basically
Sheesh.
told Michael during his Ad Astra campaign, hey, instead of the little mini sentry I get being, a sentry, can I just take that same damage number and say it's just a fucking shotgun?
I mean, that's one way to get it across.
I think the best part about free flowing is that you can literally build into whatever archetype you want. Because
Yeah.
with Charles, I'm intelligent. I'm a intelligent monkey, but I'm also a grappler. I can move people.
Yeah.
I'm
Hey,
an
Sean.
intelligence grappler. That's so fucking weird.
Hey Sean,
And then,
I got a
like, we have-
question.
Yeah. Oh yeah. What were you saying?
For how like down the tinkering tree, how you can like edit magic items?
Yes.
Like you could basically make magic items.
yes.
You could effectively become an actual healer with that. Because if you think about it, say like I got a blunderbuss, right? And I went down the magic skill tree and I copied beads of healing, which I think like upon a using of a charge, I think it's like a D8 of
So what, you're
healing.
saying
That.
you'd want to shoot the beads of healing at people?
Yeah, could you imagine like shooting a BB at somebody and they gain 1d8 HP, or like
That
eventually,
sounds so cool.
or like
That actually
eventually
does.
imagine like no Sean, imagine a water gun where you have the BBs inside, so you're like spraying them with healing water. Of course, this isn't a
Yeah.
Lula idea, but I was just ideating.
Yeah, and like if Eli actually like focused on the fact that they last session they actually got told that they have magic by the mind flayer you visited. Of course, there'll be like an outwardly event where you guys legitimately learn that you have, or at least like Eli has magic, and some of you guys will also learn it. Like, oh my god, Rune is a fucking psychic alchemist.
Mm.
That is so cool. You're
And
a
honestly, I'm glad
movement-based
that
like
Lula-
artificer.
And honestly, I'm glad that Lula isn't going down a magic path, because her whole idea is, oh, magic weird, but tech better.
Mm-hmm. I'll of course sprinkle a little bit magic because I mean, there's a fucking reason you're a tiefling from humans.
Yeah. But I don't want it to become like a whole subclass, you know?
Uh huh. Yeah, I'm very glad I hyperfixated on this and made free flowing because God, it's so much more fun to DM.
Yeah, even I'm having fun with it because I actually get to think about how you guys are doing combat and have to think about what skills I'm giving you.
Yeah, because like your entire thing was all right. I'm just gonna homebrew a lot of stuff. Let's just make the entire fucking system homebrew.
Yeah.
No more classes. Build your own skills. Fuck you.
Fuck you, that's it, goodbye.
And I really like how you can really like pick your own like magic tree as well. Like if I wanted to go into healing, well, I'm assuming that charisma or stature isn't like my only way to get healing magic, right?
What I wanted to do was that each of the different magic types serve a different purpose. Arcane is more utility. They start off with force and do more damage. That means they can do a lot more things. Force isn't really seen as like a. I know it's like one of the only damage types that isn't really like immune. That
Yeah,
have a lot
there's
of
like no
immunities for.
immunity anywhere for force damage in 5e.
It's like air bending.
Yeah,
But yeah,
more
if you
or
think about it in a
less.
way, imagine force field. Maybe a little force platform for you to fly on for a little bit. Maybe a little force servant that can go around and like, I don't know, punch someone in the dick.
Sean, I'm not sure what level of force magic this would be, but I just had an idea for a spell.
Yeah?
Force step. For a limited amount of time, you can freely walk on air by creating little force pads under your feet.
That sounds cool.
That does sound cool. I feel like that would have to be like a slightly more expensive feat to get.
Yeah, maybe like a level 2 spell or something, or like whatever level. Sean, what's the mana cost for like level 2?
All right. So tier 1 spells are essentially cantrips. They cost 0.
Yeah.
A tier 2 costs 1 mana. Tier 3 costs 2. You get the gist.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
because
right, Andrew. Mana.
Yeah.
instead of having
Not-
spell slots, you have a well. Imagine it like
it-
force casting points.
Yeah.
The way it's calculated is very simple to understand. It's just the modifier you use times your proficiency, which means it automatically scales.
Yeah, Sean, that's how it actually works in SW5E too. So me and Andrew already have a pretty good understanding of that, because that's how the force points work.
Yeah.
Whew.
Like
Yeah,
a lot of the
so yeah, I was
really
just-
like common force powers in Star Wars 5e are like a lot of the really common ones are just at will. You can cast them anytime. They're cantrips.
Yeah, and then there's stuff that are like, so the way that it works is you have like a well of force points, right? A level 1 spell is so the way that the spells are leveled is it is 1 force point plus the level. So a level 1 spell is 2 force points. A level 2 is 3.
And at will is 0.
Yeah, I don't know why it automatically jumps to 2.
Because fuck you, that's why.
Yeah.
And then sorcery, it's the damage one. Like, it's the one where, all right, you start out with fire, attack. In fact, oh, that's right, something different instead of meta magic. Instead of sorcerers only getting instead of meta magic only being given to sorcerers, everybody has meta magic called attributes. Spend a little bit more of mana cash in order to do a spell, such as, all right, spend some more points to get an extra die to roll. Spend some more points to maybe make a touch spell go distance. Spend some points to turn into an animal.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Yeah, and the nature, yeah, it has healing, but it also has thunder. A
Oh, yeah,
different
isn't there, like,
kind
a
of
fucking
damage.
martial arts in it as well? Like a martial arts tree?
Yeah. It's in the fighting styles, and you can learn multiple. Why can't
Done.
other classes learn multiple fighting styles? I'm fine.
I don't know.
Sean,
Man.
imagine a tier 3 sorcerer spell called Fierce Fire, where you basically effectively cast Green Flame Blade on your hands. and you get to do fire damage whenever you make an unarmed strike.
That sounds so cool.
Could you imagine making like a force and like a melee and charisma? Actually, hold on. What is your sorcerer based off of?
Charisma or Constitution?
Dude, you could literally make a strength con build, and be able to have like a flaming melee class.
All I'm
Wait,
saying
you
is
literally
that-
become Ken from Tekken.
Kids from Street Fighters.
I know that I purposely did that.
What killed me is they were so confident about, like, imagine saying, "Oh yeah, cause you're from King of Fighters."
Imagine
Oh, is that
you-
Terry Bogard from Smash Bros?
Bro, is that Mario from Street Fighters?
Oh my God, is that Sonic from Dragon Ball Fighters?
Holy shit!
Hey, yo, was that Sonic from Pac-Man?
Yo,
Shit.
is that Phoenix Wright from Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3?
Dude,
Yo,
is that classic Sonic from Sonic Boom?
The Phoenix Wright was not a joke. The Phoenix Wright one was not a joke.
Bro, have
Yeah.
you seen how many characters they have like in the PlayStation battle things? I forgot what they're
Oh,
called.
PlayStation Battle Royale. I forgot about that game.
Like, dude, like
Sackboy.
Raiden was in there.
You're right, he was. God, that game sucked.
I want a remaster. I want it to be better.
This was coming from someone who played it extensively as a kid.
B-nade.
Hey.
Empty skep.
Yeah, like, what I really wanted to do was
Are
like
you still streaming?
Huh?
Are you still streaming?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I'm still streaming. I haven't stopped.
Yeah, like my whole goal was so if someone wants to make the archetype, go for it. It's up to the DM's discretion, which I guess it's the one
I mean, that's kind of how it
weakness-
always is anyways.
I know, but like there's a very big emphasis on if the DM allows it. Like, yeah, this system is very easy for a player. It's literally you start from nothing, you write down your things, you get them like one by one, easy.
Yeah.
The DM, on the other hand, has to juggle all that.
Yeah, and honestly, sometimes it isn't just one by one. Like, an example is back to back to back, I managed to get all the way up to because I focused so hard on it, I managed to get Parkour Prince. Or
Prince of
for
Parkour.
me, Princess of Parkour.
Princess of Kirk. Yeah, one thing I really wanted to focus on was downplaying magic a little bit and actually making physical abilities worth it. Because
Yeah.
okay. So let's see what a fighter in 5e has to do. All right, so they have 4 attacks. Like, okay, so it's maybe like a 2d6 weapon, 4 attacks, 8d6 total. All a caster has to do at 5th level is to pick a 3rd level's fireball, and they match that. They don't have to
Yeah,
roll to hit. They have to save.
Yeah, effectively, all you have to do is, and like, it's basically D&D 5e sorcerer is like, because basically the whole point behind sorcerer in D&D is like, oh yeah, you were born with magical properties, or you were cursed, or whatever.
That's
So
not
they're
how a lot of people
basically
play it, though.
Hey, they're like, hey, you were born, you came out of the womb with fireball. Congrats.
Yeah.
Basically,
That's
just rich kids, which is a slap in the face. To okay, so if like a 20th level sorcerer can point at the guy and say pee pee poo poo funny die, and if they have less than 100 health they just evaporate, why can't a 20th level fighter cut through a building? Why don't they have a thing that lets them do that?
Or something
'Cause that sounds so
equivalent to
cool.
that.
Yes, because all they get is 4th attack. So then they're finally on level with 5th level sorcerer.
Yeah. It's some.
Yeah, the only reason why Gunther was viable in the final fight was because he still had magic.
Yes!
It's some next level bullshit.
Magic is so privileged. Like, I'm gonna be honest. I fucking hated DMing Michael when he was a sorcerer. Because, God, all the things that they could do. Twin spell, quicken spell, witch bolt, witch bolt,
Erase
bolt.
God from existence. Fuck you.
It's awful. I hate it. I hate it so much. I want to burn 5e with my fucking
Yo,
ass
he
cheeks.
used power word kill on a fucking...
That's so
God.
lame. Power kill is... Why is that a spell? Why is that a spell? That's just... That's literally just... I'm making up the rules now. Die. That's such a lame spell. Imagine doing the final battle of the campaign. You're saving your 9th level spell. You get him within like 100 points. Ah, he's dead now. That's so lame. There's no like climactic battle and it's just... He died because I told him to.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Honestly, I think power word kill should be a boss only level.
Or
A boss
like, it's a boon. Like, you actually have to be awarded it by the DM.
Yeah, because honestly, the only times that power word kill... Honestly, I think power word kill should be treated how it is in Adventure Time. Whenever, you know, Finn's getting approached by, you know, the Lich and he just goes, fall. And they just, like, keel over. Not dead, but almost barely conscious.
Yeah.
That's what I imagine power word kill to be.
It's so lame though, because it takes away any agency a player can have. Like,
Yeah.
like, instead, maybe you could like lower him to like 1 health, and now he has to like survive for his. No, it's just goodbye.
Oh, boss.
So if
yeah,
you're a
it's
wizard,
basically
fuck you.
It's basically funny boss man said no. Campaign
Pretty
over.
much.
I know there's counterspell, like, but God, counterspell's so convoluted.
Counterspell is
It's
like...
even worse whenever Michael says, I can't tell you the level of the spell. Bro, the whole point of counterspell is I gotta know the spell level.
Yeah.
Do you know what counterspell should be? Make it a fucking beam struggle from Dragon Ball. Like, you try your best, you pour in as much mana as you can, roll against the DM and see what happens. That sounds so cool.
It's because it is.
Like, imagine saving your action on your turn in case the guy casts a spell, and then you counter it like a badass. You have to read your opponent.
Yeah. Oh.
So I might
you
hate
want to know
5e
an
a little
actual
bit.
conversation I had with Michael? I basically effectively have a counterspell for the Force, right?
Yeah.
I did my counterspell, right? And I said, okay, so is it above third level? Because if it was, I would have to, you know, roll the DC. And Michael goes, I can't tell you that. Well, yes, you have to, because if it's above the level I'm using this counterspell at, I have to roll a DC.
It's literally one of those things where, do you have to roll the DC or not? And he just wouldn't say.
So I rolled the DC, got above it, and he got all pissy about it.
Because, like, okay, just imagine instead a situation where, all right, you're reading the opponent, or you've made a spell that, yeah, is as a reaction, which would probably be like a high tier spell.
Yeah.
And then, like, instead of it just being, oh yeah, I used a higher level than you, suck my dick. No, it's, I gotta roll against you and fucking fight fate.
It's like, imagine, right, like somebody, like you use a spell, and then the big boss uses counterspell. Just, could you imagine that, right? Like, you're about to fire off this epic attack, and then suddenly he just grabs it. And, like, even though you're struggling your heart out to push it at him, he just flicks it back at you like it's nothing.
That is...
Struggle.
like-
That's the key word.
Yeah, for a player, but I feel like if a boss uses it, it should be insane. Dude, dude, imagine a force spell, Return to Cinder. It's basically counterspell, but it actually has better effects. Cause if you do the beam struggle, you send it back at them.
Actually, funny enough, there's a character in a show called Black Clover. The whole show is about magic and magical attributes.
Yeah.
Of course, the main character has none.
Yeah, he was literally born without the ability to use magic.
Yeah, so he got like demon powers.
He literally
Anyway,
got
there's a
demon abilities.
there was a character named Zora. Not Zoro, Zora. He uses ash magic and specializes in traps. So let's say there's a giant fireball going for his friend. If he set up a trap right there, the trap absorbs it and then sends it back at the guy at double the damage. Literally just oh, he even made his play where he put the trap on himself, jumped in the way of the attack, and then sent it back at the guy. That's so cool.
It really is.
Of course, it's really risky because that.
Could you imagine
really, sorry.
a sorcerer making like effectively a mine of fire? Like, just like you're chilling, you're walking around, right? And then like you're an enemy patrol officer or something, right? And the party's doing like some stealth op, and all of a sudden, just you guys hear like a kaboom from down the hall.
So there was this really cool thing Goku did in Dragon Ball Super in the Tournament of Power, where he threw out like he ran around the battlefield planting little bits of ki for Jiren to like walk into. It's like hid the power of them so he wouldn't sense them. Yeah. And then like activate the power whenever he stepped on them, essentially creating an energy landmine.
Yeah.
Cool. Traps are so cool.
They are.
Trapping people.
They like just suck.
I think the only way you can trap something in D&D 5e is if you have an active explosive, a bell, and a tripwire.
Yeah, something stupid.
Whereas
like
with a Tinkerer, they can make a trap. They can have a trigger node. They can have a rope node. They can have a launcher node that launches the rope when it's triggered. You can even have a repeating trap that continually fires arrows.
Or like if you're an actual like spellcasting class, you could just make your own trap spell.
Yes. Why is that not a thing?
Because.
Okay, so in D&D lore, the reason in D&D lore is because there's like literally it is in the lore. The god of magic is just like, no, you can't make it.
Lame. They're just cowards.
No, like in the actual lore, it says something along the lines of like the fucking god literally could not.
The lore can eat my dick.
No, so the reason why they weren't allowed to go higher
because the last
time that was allowed, it literally was destroying the fabric of reality.
As it should. Traps are so cool.
They killed the last god. Like humans killed the last god of magic.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, and you want to know what's even funnier, Sean?
Yeah.
You want to know what? So the kill the god of magic, that was a level 11 spell. Now you know why there's no levels above 9.
Yeah, I get that, there's probably a lore reason for everything, but if lore is getting in the way of a player's creativity, fuck that lore in the ass. Who gives a shit? Let them do cool stuff.
Could you imagine being like a professor wizard, and your whole journey using free flowing is to create more spells for like a school you own? Like, could you imagine, dude? Imagine how much cooler free flowing would have. No, excuse me. How much cooler Kittyfoot would have been with free flowing.
Hey, you want to know the golden ticket about spell making?
What?
The only parameters I said is that you have these elements, you have a range, and you do damage. I never said you couldn't mix the elements. I never said you couldn't mix elements from other things. Like, let's say you have ki and sorcery, mix them together, mix radiant with fire, and see where that goes.
Radiant with fire would literally just become like a flashbang.
Isn't that just so angel cool. Magic? Yeah, radiant with fire is literally just being an angel.
Yeah.
Actually, I have some good ideas that I've already started using. In Vengeance Legacy, in Ed's campaign, I am a nature caster. I have fire, cold, and thunder. Now, if you're not aware, when a fire and cold front meet,
They make tornado.
I've unlocked wind magic. Because I
Hey, Sean, don't-
experimented and Ed was like, cool.
Sean, you could also make a funny spell called Icy Hot, which gives your teammates temporary hit points.
I could, because I also have the healing attribute.
You
Like
mix
Sean,
all
think
three.
about it. Like like the Icy Hot like rub on stuff that makes your like your body stop hurting for a little while. It helps untense your muscles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Just spray them down with fire and ice and give them temporary HP.
Oh, you want to know the even better part about magic making is?
What?
There isn't a limit to the amount of spells you can make. As long as he's got a short rest, he can make one.
So
The only
effectively, at some point,
requirement is that you
just-
need mana.
Yeah, and I don't even think that you need to make higher level spells at some point. For all you care, a player could just create nothing but cantrips for the entire campaign.
And it'll work!
Oh god, that would like be terrifying. I love it.
Yeah, because they could just simply amplify their fucking cantrips. Oh my god, imagine mixing like different attributes with different shit. Like, imagine making an arcane touch spell have a 30 feet of range.
That would be
Oh,
insane.
that's right. I also fucked with Wild Shape. Now, whenever you're in Wild Shape and you cast a spell, it'll take an extra mana point.
Yeah.
Which, considering the amount you'll probably have at that point, kind of a huge risk.
Yeah.
But you can cast while in Wild Shape. Why is it a level 20 thing? The druids never gonna get to level 20. They're gonna fucking multi-class. You know they are, because druid sucks.
Druid sucks in the very beginning. Like just
Done.
pure full stop. Just sucks in the beginning.
You know why? Because it doesn't do that much damage.
Yeah.
Because it's not sorcerer. Because sorcerer, like, I don't know why, but sorcerer makes Wizards of the Coast eat their dick.
The way that D&D plays, you never use like tactical ability. Like if you think about it, in a RP based campaign, like free flowing, like that is its realm, is RP based campaigns. It like something like Wild Shape is invaluable. Because imagine, right, like you're having to stake out someplace, right? Imagine just being able to willfully turn into a bird. Like,
Actually,
stuff
yeah,
on
I've
land.
even used that. There was this giant battlefield that was hundreds of feet long, and so in order to set up the things I wanted to do, which was get some associates for my mafia, I doubled my speed using my wind magic, turned into a fucking owl, and flew to the people I wanted to talk with.
Or like, say like you're doing a stakeout, right? Like, say you were a bit more violent, and you had like it was nighttime, everybody was kind of resting before that battle in the morning. You could have turned into a bird and stealthily watched over the enemy as they planned to get an advantage over them.
Yeah.
That's another thing. With wild shaping, you can use your other skills.
I'll be right
Like
back.
imagine being a bear, holding a sword and using all of your abilities that you usually use, but just as a fucking bear. Besides, I think I made it where you can turn other people to animals. That's so funny.
Yeah, now you don't have to waste a whole 5th level spell slot on polymorph.
I did limit to beasts, where I guess like you can just make a eventually just make a spell in posture magic to turn into things, but like ugh.
Posture magic, deform body, get to change into any beast at will.
It's awesome. I think it does say something when the Dragon Ball fan.
Oh god, Sean,
is
all I can
tied-
think of now is like, you know those horrific Animorph, like slideshow things on the cover of their books? You know what I'm
think it kinda
talking about, right? Like the Animorph?
Oh my god!
That's what I imagine posture magic transformation looks like, is the Animorphs.
I'm back.
I think it kind of means something when the guy that fucking loves Dragon Ball to death is tired of mindless fighting.
Yikes.
Yeah, I'm a Dragon Ball fan, and for some reason I made a whole RP system.
Hmm.
Like I imagine like like the druid like wild shape is just like haha funny puff of magic, I'm a bird. And then I could just imagine, right, like one of the Bongo Bongo brothers be like, haha, that's nothing. Just his whole body starts deforming, like anamorphing.
Like going fucking full Super Saiyan 4.
Yeah. You just hear bones snapping and moving into place. You're gonna kill yourself, don't worry. I know what I'm doing.
I know what I'm doing. Proceeds to break every bone in their body.
And somehow at the end of it, he comes out as a rabbit.
Yeah.
That's just really cool. That's just a cool idea. Also, why in normal 5e is there like why is it only wisdom, charisma, and intelligence casting? Give me some motherfucking strength
Yeah,
casting.
honestly,
Come on.
Like I think I was the one who told you. I think that you know, sorcerer, they say that it comes from within. That sounds more like constitution than charisma.
Mm.
So, that's a funny thing to really think about, because that means theoretically, Champ, who is a big grappler, could go into sorcery, and he has a -2 intelligence and like negative charisma. Think about that. Ridiculous.
There are a lot of things that are ridiculous. That is
It's
still burning.
me.
This is still going. That's actually kind of impressive.
Still going.
My
That's true.
health hammer and also stream that too.
Oh, Sean, you
I'm
want to
very
hear some absolutely atrocious news?
Sure, why not?
My health insurance went out because
Oh,
I'm not
no.
in school. So, like, my kid health insurance went out. So I gotta buy adult health insurance.
Aw.
I'm able to be on my parents' insurance at the moment until I'm 26. So I'm...
By the way, is
Honestly,
Pathfinder any different?
Yes. It is extremely different.
What's Pathfinder about?
It's an updated version of 3.5.
It still has classes, I don't care.
Look
I'll
it
look
up.
at it.
There are a lot of fucking rules.
Alright, it kind of sounds like 5e and Pathfinder are two extremes.
Yeah. Especially after coming off of 3.5.
I kind of wanted to go for something in the middle because I want freedom, but if that freedom is so complicated, what's the point of having freedom?
Yeah.
Sean, I just realized something.
Yeah?
If Lula ever finds a spell book, oh no,
World ends.
because it is based on intelligence.
I guess, yeah, if you actually do want to go after Arcane for more utility purposes, go ahead. I'm not going to make a
I'm
huge
thinking
ass
about it.
sorcery thing for you.
Could you imagine like force? Like I know that, oh yeah, you could do like funny force punch or something like that. What I'm thinking is like imagine something like force jaunt. Like you are just willingly able to push yourself in a direction.
In
Or
fact,
push somebody else.
at one point, I am thinking about introducing a Arcane caster to the party. Whether or not you take him as a party member is up to you guys. But I have some funny ideas. Oh my god,
Yeah.
Metal Man!
Metal
Man.
Metal Man!
Meta Man.
This will be his fucking voice, despite his stature. It's me, Metal Man!
Hello, it is me, Metal Man. I am here for Bebop.
Yeah, because with free flowing, it's very, very simple. There's even like a very simple 4-step guide to make a character. First, choose a race. Second,
Yeah.
choose the stats.
Mm-hmm.
Your con modifier determines your health die. Crazy. Third, choose a third, choose a background. Done. No complicated class, nothing. In fact, your background's actually how you get your starting stuff. But nothing like a weapon, like just starting gold, maybe a few proficiencies to get you going, and then boom, you're off. Interact with the world. Interact with the demons given you.
Mm.
You don't get freebies from leveling up. Fuck you.
Now exist. Suffer.
Yeah, that's why, Brain, in Dakota's campaign, with the moment, like, yeah, of course, like, at first I was like, I want to be a smart monkey, but then a happenstance happened where I got a biological upgrade I accidentally kind of stole from Elder Cameron.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, he got his, but, like, you know, I'm now a 5-foot tall vervet monkey.
So basically, what happened is Elder Cameron wanted something that was going to enhance his mutation, right?
Yeah.
Sean said, "You know what? Can I get a little bit of that? Can I prick my finger after he gets stabbed?" I said, "Sure, go ahead." So I made them both roll the chance die.
Yeah.
Sean took all of it, and Elder Cam got none of it.
Yeah, like, I spent the rest of my money trying to make up for it because Charles felt bad. Because, look, I don't want to anger the guy that higher on the food chain than me.
Yeah.
Of course, it's going to eventually evolve into more of an actual friendship, but for right now, it's all right. This guy's necessary to my survival.
Yeah. Also, I thought for once Michael was gonna play a character without magic. I really thought. I was really hoping.
One thing
And
you'll
then he
learn
was
is
like-
that going for pure attack is not going to be fun with magic now. Because he just doesn't get. He's not just given the 12d6 fireball and kills the opponent and his mom.
Ah.
God, I hate that. I hate 5e spells so much. Why do they honestly, I think out of all the 5e spells, I love Druid. Because
Sean,
they're
I got a
more
question.
than just kill the guy. Yeah?
What's the highest tier of spell you can get?
Tier 5? Give me a second. Let me read it out. I'll read it out.
Sean, could you imagine creating like the highest tier spell you can? It's just called nuke. Like fire spell, it's just nuke.
Okay, so with a tier 5 spell, I'll look at... everyone essentially has a 1d12 die. Most of the damage types in the game, it costs 4 mana, although it has a range of 150 feet, and you can make it either an action, bonus action, or reaction spell.
And whenever you enhance something with magic, how does that work?
There are attributes. Let's take the Amplify attribute, for example. Let's say I'm casting a tier 1 spell called Firebolt. It will do 1d4 damage. I spend 2 extra mana, that's 2d4.
Okay, so basically you gotta spend the amount of mana that you have again.
Imagine meta magic for every type of magic. Cause why
So yeah,
would that
Sean,
be?
imagine casting so how much mana is a tier 5 spell?
4.
Alright, so imagine having a mana pool of 12 and casting a tier 4 spell called... Could you imagine just like a mini nuke? It's basically Fireball. It's a tier 4 spell. No, tier 5 spell. And it does like the 1d8 fire damage, right? It's like a 10-foot radius, and then just amplifying it with the rest of your
Yes.
So it's
And
not like
that's-
instant kill, but like it's pretty fucking devastating. But it took all of your shit to do it.
Let me read a few of the sillier things I got. Basically, for each tree of magic, it's not just, oh, you have this magic. There's cool stuff like mana transfer for arcane, where for every mana you give to a creature, you can either replenish their mana or restore some of their health.
Ah. That's actually kind of interesting.
Sean, would Amplify affect the radius, or is there a different spell for the radius?
I think okay, radius is something I didn't think about that long ago. Something to talk to him about. Could you imagine against an amplified enemy? So even though it's like 1 to 10 damage, it goes over a radius of like 50 feet. I probably make it where I spell it on range of 60 feet, it'll have a 60 feet radius. Okay, so I'm not gonna quite good. Yeah.
What would a simple change weather spell be? Like, say you're just walking around and it's pouring down rain, and you're like, you know what, I don't like this. Change the weather to clear. What would that be?
I guess definitely sorcery. The way I treat sorcery, it's fucking with magic. It doesn't care. Like,
You don't think it would be
and
nature?
twin attribute. No. Nature's kind of like becoming one with it, not really controlling it.
Nature would be more like a druid. Then...
But there is a transmutation attribute. Which I guess if you want to like talk to the DM about, hey, can I fire something at the clouds, spend a mana point, and change the weather?
No, just imagine being able to wave away the clouds. Actually, if you think about it, if I'm just forcing the clouds away, forcing the clouds.
That'd be pretty dumb.
I know, it's stupid, but I was just curious, like, because you got me thinking about magic. I don't want magic to have Lula to have magic.
There's just so much fun you can do with it. I hope Michael realizes that. I hope he realizes he has to be creative.
Yeah, and like whenever I give him magic spellmaker tier 1, he doesn't immediately try to go for, okay, I want fucking witch bolt. First of all, wrong brand.
System. Go if you want to do dummy damage, go DM 5e. Fuck you.
Because I don't like combat all the time.
Yeah.
Combat should be a puzzle. Combat should be a challenge that you use your character motives and abilities to solve.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Sean, like theoretically, let's put it this way. Like could you imagine if like your session 0, instead of you being locked away watching your master get assassinated, you were actually on his shoulder for it?
Oh my god, yeah, what if I did that?
And like this whole section of you trying to escape or do whatever or find out what the fuck just happened to your master occurred?
Yeah, that was a lot more interesting than just, oh, well, I'm just going to a fight.
Yeah, like, oh, bad guys show up with gun, fight.
Oh, bad guy, big gun, fight.
It also lets you start player characters off from 0. Which, why does a random hillbilly know how to use a sword? A random guy. Just some fucking guy. That's
just
stupid.
Some fucking dude.
Yeah, because effectively level 1 is you're just starting. Right, like the whole thing behind level 1 is that you're supposed to just be starting. So anyways,
yeah, why
you've been doing something for a while.
Thanks to your background and skill proficiencies, you already have proficiency in like every sword in the game. Congratulations, here you go. But I just was born.
Like you can have a want to learn how to use swords, and that's what Ed and Damien did. They learned how to use them.
And even I'm going a bit deeper, and I'm making you guys focus on very specific weapons. Like I could have said to you guys, oh yeah, you all get proficiency in natural weapons, blah blah blah. No. If you focus on Michael has his claws, so he got proficiency in claws. You had your tail, you got your proficiency in your tail. And in your wrench. Elder Cameron had his bite in his claw. Well, he doesn't use his claws, so he only got it in his bite.
Yeah, honestly, my job is, alright, how do I create a situation where Elder Cameron can take care of the job? Because, okay, I know we're talking about creativity. Elder Cameron is the muscle, and I'm the brains. we both have jobs to fill.
Yeah.
He saves our asses from a bad guy, and I create the situation for the bad guy to fight him. Boom! Crazy!
I.e., cratering
team
that
up.
one guy straight through the roof.
Like, I know I tried to play an intelligence-based character, but god, grabbing is so cool! Okay,
Hey,
do
you
you know
gotta
what you
have
can do with...
Sean, think about it. You have to have intelligence to throw people to the right places.
Hey, Andrew, you wanna know what you can do with grabs and free-flowing?
What?
It starts with grapple expert. You can have proficiency when grabbing. So instead of just rolling strength, you get to roll with the +2.
Also,
Simple
you can
enough.
do it with Dex if you want to.
Well, okay, I think that's... Grappling is mostly a strength thing, unless you want to, like... Unless the DM wants to be nice, and you are a very
Yeah.
nice person to go to. But I was not done. Then, there is grapple walk, where you actually have a movement speed. You have half your movement speed when grappling someone.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's wombo combo. If you hit someone, you can bonus action grapple. And then you get to the silly shit. You can get Mount Boogaloo throw and be able to throw a bitch you're grappling. And then you can get a thing where as they're flying away from you, you can hit them. And then if they bounce against the wall, you can have them try to rebound them off the wall and either re-grab them or hit them again. And then you could have double your movement speed while walking, not just your movement speed. Oh, and then you can learn how to throw bigger and bigger and bigger things. Like imagine at level 15, you're throwing mountain,
Yeah.
grapple giant, throw bitch. I am superior.
You basically
inner
become
wrestler-
Raiden for the first scene of the video game.
So my inner wrestler fan might have come out a little bit when I was making the strength skill tree.
Oh, Sean, yeah, you know that scene where Raiden throws that huge fucking robot?
What? Why can't a
I
20
saw this
fighter do
meme.
that?
I saw this meme where it was like me after I found out that ants could, what I thought would happen after I learned ants can carry 15 times their body weight. It was just that scene.
But yeah, like, why don't barbarians get a thing where they're allowed to pick up a building at 20th level? Like, just something that states they can. Just something simple like that. Because then a DM might say, like, well, I mean, you're just a little guy. I mean, you have a +7, but you're just a little guy.
Yeah.
Bro, somebody actually did the science. A dude walked, and you have to basically be able to carry and walk 5 seconds of a certain amount of weight to have a certain amount of strength. A person that carried 230 pounds for 6 seconds technically has a +3. That's 230 pounds at +3.
Yeah.
Fuck you. Holy shit, you're right. So that means a +7 is like, you're a god.
+5 would be at least 500.
Oh, by the way, another thing about free-flowing is that you shouldn't really let your players roll their stats, or at least you should have a limit. Because a lot of the skills are modifier locked, which makes sense, because, I mean, I wouldn't expect, like, a -1 strength man to be able to throw a mountain.
Yeah.
Also, I had a lot of fun with the names. I named all the throws, like, Mount something, like, Mount Everest throw, Mount K2 throw.
You literally just did the same naming scheme that fucking, fuck.
All Might.
All Might did.
I didn't even think of
Delaware Punch.
I don't really know what I really wanted to do for strength, but whenever I think of strength, I think of brute force. Whenever I think of dex, I think of maneuverability. So that's why I designed strength around throwing. Also around just like having, like you could no, not block. Okay, there's a really cool, you know how with riposte, you can, if someone misses you, you can hit them?
Yeah.
What if there was a skill if someone hit you, you hit them back?
It's basically an opportunity attack on getting hit.
And you can improve it. What the fuck you saying over there?
What the fuck you saying, me little shit?
Damn, next
Just
campaign
funny.
with free flowing, I'm gonna have to make a melee class.
That's what
you
I'm
know what,
gonna
I'm
do
gonna-
too.
You know what? I'm gonna make Sunny V2, not literally, but just an unarmed fighter who just beats the
What
shit
I-
out of people.
What I really want to do is I want to play a bodybuilder that used to be like a little nerd. He tries to encourage everybody to work out. He's a posture magic caster. like, of course he's gonna grab people. He doesn't want to do damage though. That's the thing. He just wants to encourage everybody to work out. That just sounds funny to me.
That's because that is funny. Oh shit. I got fucked up.
But he'd also be a little intelligent, not just like a straight up like dumb like bodybuilder. Like, oh yeah, I'm a nerd, but hey, I'm also jacked.
Hey Sean, imagine a Baymax-like character, but he beats the shit out of people.
Oh my god, Baymax! I love that. I love
That
that,
would
man.
be hilarious.
Bro, yeah, I got it in my mind. A fucking security robot with this overly joyful attitude. But his whole deal is that if you get within a certain like basically you attack him or the party, he just beats
Ugh.
the ever-loving shit out of you.
Wait a minute, I just thought of okay. Imagine a fat guy that uses his weight to fight. Like he throws himself at the enemy and crushes.
Died twice.
Launches himself like a
Bro,
rolling ball.
Sean. Rude Buster is his best fucking friend.
Oh, that's right. Hey, you want to know something really cool, Andrew?
Yeah.
There's no official rules on shoving, and even when there are, they're lame.
Mm.
So I had a cool idea. Make a skill where you can make a strength check against, like, it's basically a grapple, except if you win, you get to knock them back a number of d6s equal to your proficiency bonus.
Or you know, for me, Sean was nice and said I could use dexterity.
Mm.
Yeah, because that sounds cool. I'll let it slide.
Especially
hate
since
these
the way
fucking
I'm doing
things.
it is basically a weapon attack. I'm basically using my glider shot as a baseball bat.
Mm.
Like, you know that TF2 taunt kill with the Sandman? Where the scout, like, goes to do, like, a home run animation, and if you hit an enemy, they just go fucking soaring?
I don't.
It's hysterical.
wasn't-
You gotta pick
It
up
wasn't
Sandman
obvious. I based
posture.
this source book around moving. Because moving is cool. Having something happen is cool. Yeah, the thing that really sucks about 5e is that all the cool stuff you can do is very finite.
Yeah.
Makes you
Basically,
feel
if you're
less
in-
of a... Yeah, you go.
If you're in most D&D 5e fights happen in a room in a room that's X meters by X meters.
Yeah.
A free flowing combat could be you're on a cliff edge and like there's a sheer drop about 30 feet from you. There's also high ground in areas where you can evade and hide to about X meters up.
You could be in an
whole area-
alleyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like
Or like an example is I use the verticality of the ship and the crow's nest to help me get that extra fall damage on that one dude to get them away from Eli. Or in the alleyway, I use the fact that we were in tight quarters to be able to put my feet up against the wall to get extra leverage whenever I was trying to push the dude that was holding me hostage over.
mm.
Oh yeah, I threw all the level 1s into a hostage situation. And they actually, like, they thought about, like, just going out and hitting them. And then I said, all right, you take another step, and they're going to slice Dakota's throat.
Oh.
They had to improvise. And they did. Damien and an NPC stuck around, and even though he wasn't good at the scimitar, he had the NPC help him in order to stab him.
Mm.
Elder Cameron used his latent magical ability to teleport to go into the alleyway, scare the guy away to get him off of Ed. One of those guys immediately tried to go after him, but since Ed was free, he could protect him. In fact, the only like straight up physical attack that was thrown was that like sneak attack with the scimitar.
Mm.
Yeah, and you wanna know how I got away?
How?
So keep in mind, I'm the funny tech guy. I used movement to get away.
Okay.
I basically
Because-
planted my feet against the wall and pushed, knocking us both over.
Ah,
I did get a pretty nice slash across the back, but it was worth because I was away.
yeah.
Yeah. It's so cool. It's such a cool situation. I had another one where they were in a forest, and
Yeah.
they basically had to kill this physically invulnerable boar. So their solution was, since they had an alchemist, overdose it on alcohol.
I think
Like,
I
no
remember
matter what it's-
hearing about this.
Yeah, no matter what its constitution is, everyone has a limit.
We gave it instantaneous and lethal liver poisoning.
Damn.
It was dangerous as hell. In fact, it got to the point where, like, if you got near it, it didn't matter if it was his fucking turn. It was going to hit you because it's just
Yeah.
thrashing around wildly. In fact, Ed and Damien tried to hold it down with rope. They were being flung around and had to dodge through the trees.
Mmm.
Yeah, I even had to use my bolus attachment at one point to keep it a little bit still, and it ripped it to shreds.
Hmm.
Like,
Dude, and I
cool
narrowly
situation.
got hit one time. Lula, like, almost got hit. Like, one AC and, like, one more AC, and she would have been done. Like, her AC was, like, 11, and it rolled a 10.
There was another situation I had where, yeah, it was in closed room, but essentially the party found out that this elephant guy was feeding people to this boar because his punches and kicks did nothing to the murderous boar. So, like, the people he was fighting with got eaten by the boar. He prepared for death, and the boar was satisfied.
And then he didn't die.
And so he thought, like, it's awful. This is an awful thing I have to do, but to protect all the people on this island, I have to partake in this sin. And yeah, he didn't figure out the solution to this because he's a martial artist. He's stuck in his ways. The party's a bunch of fresh people.
Yeah.
Where, like, of course, they needed the help of another martial artist to beat up this guy, which it was a supporting fight. Where if they didn't support the martial artist, he would not have won, and the elephant would have fed them all to the,
Yeah, so you wanna know what my whole job during that was, Andrew?
What?
I used my grapple shot and made a network of rope that consistently tripped up the martial artist to allow the guy that was actually beating him up to deal damage.
Okay.
Oh, and then you want to know what the players did at some point?
What did they do?
After freeing some of the party members that got captured,
Yeah.
Damien wrapped him up in a rope, and Ed just fucking grabbed him, while 3 people consecutively started to beat the shit out of him.
No. Not only was Damien wrapping him up in rope, Lula and somebody else also helped hold him down.
Yes!
Oh yeah, and even to get the party members out, we had to think creatively. So there was basically like a key barrier up, right? Like, you know,
Yeah.
like those gates and like certain RPGs that are made out of light that if you touch them you get hurt.
Yeah.
That. So what
Mm.
Lula did is she willingly thought she was gonna sacrifice her glider shot by dropping it down the hole to where Elder Cameron was rescuing the party. But he said, "Hey, I have like this black goopy stuff. Would it absorb the light?" Sean said, "You know what? That's a pretty funny, smart idea. Try it." So he rubbed it along the wings of my glider shot and used it like an umbrella to basically shield them from the key so that way they could get out, and then was able to pull it back.
Like, I can't say no to that. I don't care if it, like, works in physics. That's just cool. He's
Yeah.
using his resources to save his friend.
Yeah, honestly, I was half expecting him to again use it like an umbrella, but to not do that, or at least it not work, and the glider shot to just be irreversibly damaged.
Mm.
Because, yeah, right now, he can't just, like, repair a medium object. He can repair small objects, but...
So let me put it like this: I can make medium or small objects. I cannot fix them.
Mm.
Well, not
Which
yet.
I think is a good...
but I am
Yeah, like next
I am
level,
the
you'll be able to.
appropriate level.
Yeah.
I had another situation where, yeah, they went to the psychic elves island that kind of follows Hindu tradition, they heard about this kid that was going out of control on top of this mountain.
Yeah.
I don't really think they were like, yeah, we gotta go save this kid, but they were like, you know what? We have nothing to do. Let's go on an adventure. Well, there were also mind flares about. Once they climbed up a certain height, which they had to dodge the boulders that the child was accidentally throwing off the cliff,
Yeah.
which led to a very fun situation where there were two people climbing up, and Elder Cameron was being held up by those two people, praying to God neither of them got hit with the boulder. In fact, at one point, Ed got in front of a boulder for someone and just took it. He caught the boulder.
Impressive.
Also, Andrew,
Yeah.
you want to know something that's not really combat related, but I still think it's pretty funny,
What?
thanks to the creativity of this source book?
What?
I avoided spending 2 copper on a ride
Yeah.
by using my glide. So you remember how they had like these wooden platform highways for moving around telepathically, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of it was either vertical or diagonal. So I used the momentum of my glider to travel through these these logs, these transport ways, so that way I didn't have to spend money on effectively a taxi.
Wait, no, that's not what you did. What you did was you jumped out of the. Okay, there was a force field around the platforms just to keep dumbass kids from jumping off the cliff.
Yeah.
But what you did was you climbed through one of the tunnels, jumped out one of the windows of the tunnels, and just basically flew around the outside of all the tunnels to where you wanted to go.
That's actually really cool.
And at first, Sean was like, yeah, it's 2 silver. I was like, oh, hell no, I'm not spending that just to move. And then it went down to 2 copper. I was like, damn.
Well, still
Damn,
not paying it.
inflation really hit them hard.
No, that's deflation, bro.
And, yeah, getting back to the mountain thing, I had an idea where I made a psychic ability where you're able to teleport 20 feet in front of you, which
Yeah.
technically means you could teleport through holes. So in the mountain, I had this, network of, rooms that, instead of doors, they had holes in them. So
Yeah.
the mind flayers use, their limited telekinesis powers to try and, get people trying to climb the mountain, using their tentacles to try and grab them. The party had to deal with that, and then Ed was like, you know what? Hey, yo, hold me up with a rope. I'm gonna beat this wall down.
Yeah.
I let
Yeah,
them.
that'll work.
And do you want to know something even worse?
What?
So the mind flayers tried to trick Lula, and it started to work for a minute, and then she literally just became too smart.
You tricked them.
So yeah, they were trying to trick me. So you want to know how I ignored them?
How?
I used all of my brain power to play only a few words over and over and over in my mind. Do you want to know what those words were?
What?
Beans, macaroni, beans and macaroni, beans, macaroni, beans and macaroni.
Nice. I mean, it's really dumb. But I mean, it worked, didn't it?
I've been having a lot of fun with free flowing. I could do more cool stuff.
Yeah.
I could. The threat I had was, all right, yeah, there's mind flares about, but there's this kid that's suffering because they're pretty smart for their age. They never had their father because they died in war, and they know that their grandma's not going to be around forever. A kid knowing mortality is not the best thing, especially when they have cool psychic powers that can lift boulders.
Yeah. Probably not the best idea.
And so I actually made it a character thing where, it wasn't outside spoken, but the kid used mind link, even kind of knocking on Elder Cameron's head,
Yeah.
telepathically, got let in, and they mind linked. She learned about his predicament, and they bonded over that. She ended up going with them on their journey, and now he has kind of a big brother relationship with her. He even taught her alchemy, and he learned psychic stuff in return. It was adorable.
That sounds really adorable. Oh my god.
And I was sick with COVID for that session. Woo!
Yeah. What I've basically been doing with her is she's very soft spoken, unlike a lot of my NPCs.
Mm-hmm.
But like whenever she's talking about cool stuff, she starts to like raise her voice and get excited.
So she has autism.
Yes. I thought that was obvious.
Also, Sean, I gave Joey a realization during their last campaign.
What?
I was like, you know, with the way that these like contortisans act, they seem like they seem like a really apathetic type of autism. Like you know how like Joey really doesn't pick like there's like definitely like more socially like a cured autism where you can definitely like read the room almost too well, and then there's like complete apathy where you can't read the room at all.
Yeah, it's Joey.
Yeah.
That's just
Good
what the
see.
contortisans are.
Huh.
And like Joey sat there for a second and went, "Oh my fucking god, you're right."
Joey is a very easy person to read, and that's not a bad thing.
No, and Sean, you want to know what's even the worst part?
But
Contortisans aren't human. They're not like actual people. So I think that issue goes even deeper with Joey.
oh, yeah, Joey has a lot of, let's say, confidence issues.
Mm.
I've been trying to build up that confidence actually through our workouts. We've been going to the gym. Joey's like it's not much. Like
Yeah.
Joey's biggest weight on like a normal bar and stuff like that is around 25. But
Yeah.
I'm pushing them to improve. Eventually, they'll be able to just do the normal bar. They can squat the normal bar. They can squat it. That's really impressive.
Yeah.
And I could definitely tell that like not only in terms of like muscle mass they're improving, but oh my god, they act so much better than like the first time we started working out. They get less frustrated over things and like lash out a lot less because
Yeah.
now they have like an outlet for the anger, which is working out.
Oh, my fucking body is starting to kill me. Why does it keep like aching at night?
Because
COVID.
that's how COVID
Mike-
be, my friend.
Bro, my COVID just must be weird as fuck.
Nah, it's pretty normal.
Yeah, I felt like shit. I felt like I couldn't speak. Luckily, I didn't lose my taste. Thank God.
My taste isn't completely gone, it's just like almost not there. Let me put it like this. We had pizza for dinner tonight, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All I could really taste was the cheese.
Mm.
And this was pepperoni pizza.
Yeah.
Oh.
All I could really taste was the bread and the cheese. The sauce tasted like nothing. It just like I could definitely feel the spices on my tongue, like the paprika was there and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
you
And
can taste it, but like
I could definitely tell the spice was there, but all I could really taste was like the cheese, which is what I was mostly smelling.
Speaking of food, the biggest inspiration I got for free flowing was that there's really a lot of like rules for making stuff in D&D.
yeah.
Like, why do I need a pound of diamond? That's stupid. So, I made a system of components.
Another
Very
question,
simple
why
things.
Why do you need a diamond worth 10,000 gold pieces to revive somebody?
Fuck that. Like, you want to make a little skateboard, get a plank of wood, spend 2 components of tinkering, you get 2 tinkering components, like, add it to that, boom, skateboard. Why it's a normal D&D.
Or you know,
I even
Andrew,
did,
do like me. I basically told Sean, you know what? I'm gonna use Tinker before I even have it unlocked. What I did is I went up to Elder Cameron. I said, "Hey, Elder Cameron, you see this funny, like, effectively standing slingshot I have? Yeah. Can you give me some glue so that way I can glue like pre-made stuff onto it?" Basically, I took my glider and glued it to it. So instead of
and I
having
let
to
it
use
happen because that just sounds cool.
Yeah.
So instead of having to use like 20 components to attach new gliders, something that I couldn't have even done at that level,
Mm-hmm.
since I worked with another player, Sean let me put more stuff onto something that definitely would not have supported it otherwise.
And that's what I was aiming for. Since everybody's building into their own expertise, you need to work with each other to fill the gaps.
Like Elder Cameron wants this way to deploy his mixtures directly to someone, so he came to me asking for a syringe gun.
Yeah.
But the thing is that my character isn't really like it's not like she's not built for that, but she just doesn't currently have the skills for that. So she told him to wait a couple of days, and whenever she's able to, she'll get right on it.
Yeah, you could do that during you're gonna have a few short rests for you're gonna have like 3 short rests for the next voyage, and then it's gonna be monster time.
Mm.
The thing with Lula is she's an inventor. She doesn't really think about replicating stuff. But if you're making a syringe gun, then she needs to learn how to replicate things like syringes, like stuff like that.
Yeah.
So as you see, currently guns are like a brand new thing, so of course she's going to learn how to replicate those. Because it's technically inventions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But for like simple things like syringes, chairs, stuff like that, she doesn't know how to do that because wasn't her style. But since a party member came up to her and asked her, like, hey, can you do this? She's of course going to be willing to put in the time to learn this, so that way she can like find out a way to do this. She's basically going, you know what, you have good idea. Let me learn so I can steal it.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'm not gonna be even an ass. Like, I'm a little bit of an ass when it comes to like bullet ammunition, but when it comes to like crossbows, I don't care. And as long as you've made at least 1 syringe attachment, all I'll ask of Elder Cameron is, all right. Oh yeah, my plan is that all right. Yeah, you can use your mixtures. If you give a third of your mixture, you could use it, but it'll only do half the effects.
Mm.
Also, Andrew, what I was thinking is using a revolver, right? Like
Yeah.
building a revolver and then elongating the chamber, like the barrel and the cylinder, and making it a bit wider so that way it can hold syringe-sized cartridges. So that way, whenever he fires it, instead of shooting out a bullet, it shoots out a syringe.
Okay.
That's just cool. It's
Yeah.
literally just a medic gun, and
I'm
that's cool.
In stream real quick.
Alrighty.
All right.
Yeah,
One
honestly, the
second.
biggest things with free.
Okay. So thank you for stopping by and watching. I want to say thank you for staying here as long as it's been. It's been 6 hours. Sorry I went silent a little while ago because it's been 2 hours too many for me today. I will see you all the next time I stream. I hope everybody enjoyed watching. If you want to watch this again, the VOD will be uploaded to YouTube in a short time. Go to the Discord if you would like some more. If you would like better notifications than what Twitch will give you, you'll also get to hang out with me and the rest of the guys that are in call today. And yeah. So thank you very much. I'm very tired, and I will see you